Watch over us and keep us all patient and giving each other grace as we finish out today. And we ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the and to the indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
honor the Texas flag.
One state, and indivisible.
We will now call the roll.
I put it in our booth. I can have them bring it. Are you, okay.
There he is.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
I thought I was gonna lose my buddy.
Right, we will start at the top.
You got
Rachel Hale.
She's on her way.
No. Richard Henson.
Yep.
Brian Fitzgerald.
Yep.
Loretta Emmons. Dwayne Wright. Keith Nielsen. Ralph Fight. Oh.
It's the
Same
same
from
one as
yesterday.
yesterday.
Susan Milam. Dan Tully. Destin Sensky.
I guess.
Stephen Bro. Cindy Castilla. Here. Dave Bennett. Levi Fuller.
Here.
Rolando Garcia.
Here.
Susan Fountain.
Here.
Lauren Hess.
Here.
Paul Yamarick. I got it right and he's not here. Where are we? Walter West. Eric Nur. Julie Dahlberg. Here. Debbie Duke. Blaine Cook. Davis Ford. Patrick Von Dolan.
Here.
Paula McGee.
Here.
Janera Lewis. Becky Snow.
Dave Bennett? Yes.
Oh, they had it out.
Jay Castro.
Here.
Aileen Lakowski.
Here.
Nobody gets that but us. Jeff Russell.
Here.
Thank you.
Dave Bennett.
Ready.
Information. 3 days ago. She's speaking tongues over.
It's so fun, though. Thanks. Just.
Sorry. None of us can else. What do you think's gonna?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin public testimony, and I want you to be aware of something before we get started. It has been our operation process this entire week that if you are a first-time speaker, if you have not spoken yet, you have priority because we want to hear from as many people as we possibly can. So if you're a first-timer, we're going to try and get to you. If we finish out all the first-timers, then we will start rolling back through to second and third time. So please be patient, stay in the room. If you get skipped out, if you're not here when we call your name, we are going to keep moving because we, again, want to get through as many people as we possibly can. So thank you. First, we have Catherine Garcia, and on deck, we have Claudia Turcutt.
Did you unplug me? I just
Catherine Garcia.
for a second.
Claudia Turcutt. And on deck, we have Denise Bell.
Claudia Turcott, SD 17. I'm a delegate and I'm a first timer. I'm very new to this. I'm here because I have a concern with plank 249 in our platform. I actually have several concerns, but in the interest of time, I'm going to address D, prohibition of a Palestinian state within the historical borders of Israel, as it would jeopardize Israel's security and it would force Israel to give up land that
Madam
God
Secretary,
gave
point of order.
to the,
If is this a platform or legislative priority?
it's a platform, but I mean, it's both really. I would love to see it as a legislative, in the interest of time, I'm addressing what I think is the most important one, but it's also legislative priorities.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the one I'm concerned about says it would force Israel to give up land that God gave to the Jewish people, as referenced in Genesis. And I believe that that extends beyond policy by asserting a specific theological claim regarding land inheritance. This is not a uniform position. I'm Catholic, for example, and I do not assert that. I do not believe that. And there are many evangelicals and other branches of Protestantism that do not agree with that. And there also, if you consider generationally, Gen Z almost uniformly does not accept that. If we want the future of our party to be successful and strong and for us to have a party, we need to consider young people's position. This Gen Z does not accept this. And we will not have a future in our party if we cannot bring everybody in under one umbrella. And this is just not something that's established and accepted uniformly. And so I think it should be removed from the platform. I think it's very divisive and it's not America first, and it's not taking into consideration different generations and different theological points of view, which theology doesn't really belong in that platform. So that's it. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Up next, we have Denise Bell with James Dickey on deck.
Hi, my name is Denise Bell. I'm here to speak on Plank 122, returning to classical education while preserving parental rights and family sovereignty. Across America, right here in Texas, we face a serious problem called whole child education, also known as WISC or community schools. What sounds nice on the surface is actually a systemic effort to shift authority away from parents and place the child under the control of the school system. The vision is clear. In this quote from LA Unified Superintendent Albert Carvalho, where is that one place where we can address the whole child? He says it's not at home. School is the place. That should alarm every parent. School is not meant to replace the family. This whole child model is heavily funded. Federally, in 2023, there was an estimated $366 billion in available pools of money. In Texas, we're spending tens of millions of your tax dollars on programs like TCHAT, $160.8 million this biennium, plus $49 million in ARPA funds for school-based telemental health. Communities and Schools, or CIS, $61 million, plus another $9.7 million from the federal government. A substantial majority of Texas districts now offer some form of school-based health services, on-site clinics and things like telehealth, Hazel Healthcare, TCHAT, or HISD Sunrise Centers. Additionally, districts are using social emotional learning curricula to meet TEKS character trait trait requirements, which often involves worldview shaping and extensive data collection on our children. If we truly want classical education and strong parental rights, we must stop funding these whole child programs and reform Texas Education Code 29.906 to protect families, not undermine them. Thank you.
Any questions?
Question for Ms. Bell?
Ms. Bell, you have a question.
Question for Ms. Bell? Thank you, Ms. Bell. Aileen Zlakowski from SD30. In our legislative priority proposed, at least for protecting Texas kids, if we were addressing parental rights and recommending that we push these programs, these mental health programs and SEL out of our schools, would we be addressing the needs of the grassroots on this matter?
Yes, I believe so, but we have to stop the funding streams, and there's so many varied sources of funding. It's very difficult.
Well, thank you for that. The funding is in the priority language, and we'll make sure to keep it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Up next, we have James Dickey, and on deck, we have Lori Randazzo.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. It's so good to see so many friends here. I'm here to speak on item 15, regulate AI. My first concern about it is it's literally called regulate AI, and it has 5 major portions, and not a one of them actually regulates AI. Point number 5 is the closest on banning government surveillance, because a lot of that government surveillance is enabled by AI. And I completely support banning government surveillance. I completely support no corporate welfare. That has nothing to do with AI. That is a principle that we have supported for decades that has nothing to do with AI. The impact fees and accountability, and the local control over development. Our own platform argues against expansion of regulation and argues for private property rights. If I wanted to live in an HOA, I would move to an HOA. I moved to an unincorporated part of a county instead because I don't want to live in an HOA, and I don't want somebody on the other part of town telling me what I can do with my property. Do we believe in freedom or not? Half of our platform says we do. This uses a heading of AI to scare people and then says we don't. I strongly recommend that you take a look at this, and if you are going to regulate AI, absolutely listen to the president and the fact that if we are going to have AI, which may do things we are worried about, the best analogy I can think of is guns. I defend everyone's rights to have guns, regardless of the fact that sometimes they can be used to do bad things. I defend the right of a company to develop AI, regardless of the fact that perhaps it might end up being used to do bad things. But you know what? If I'm worried about it doing bad things, I want it here in Texas where I can send the Rangers to go deal with it. What I don't want is it somewhere else. And when you guys put in the data center stuff requiring non-potable water sources, I hope that means you want them only in rural areas. Because if I'm on a municipal water source, I can't just automatically switch to non-potable.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
Levi Fuller, SD14. If the title doesn't match the substance, what would we change the title to? Or do you have issues with the substance?
Both. The title does not match the subject because this is a conflation of 4 different items in the subject. I completely agree and have no issue with no impact fees and accountability, making sure that there are impact fees and accountability. But 3 of these conflate data centers with AI, and data centers both predate AI and are necessary for functions other than AI, like this screen we're looking at right this second. Right? So data centers are needed for a lot of other functions, and literally nothing in here has to do with it. But the no corporate welfare, that has nothing to do with AI or data centers. That's just a principle we believe in. Same with, but the independent infrastructure part's different.
Any other questions?
I do. Rachel Hell, SD1. Oh, sorry. Okay, on the corporate welfare, so are you saying that data centers are not being offered any kind of incentives, whether it's at the federal level or the state level or the local level?
No, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying if we believe it's a principle that we should oppose corporate welfare, we should oppose corporate welfare, whether it is a landfill or a data center or a warehouse or a municipal building. We should oppose welfare,
And I
corporate
thought,
welfare.
is that not how the language, I'm just trying to get clarification because I thought we do oppose that. Are you saying that's not?
We do. I'm saying, why would you put it in a thing about regulating AI when that has nothing to do with regulating AI? That is a principle.
Okay, thank you. I got it.
Okay. Any other questions? Last question.
Jeff Russell, SD 31. I think we all agree in strong property rights, but I guess it's that old thing of, your rights end at the tip of my nose. And so what do we do with adjoining property owners who are potentially very detrimentally impacted?
Well,
as even if they're in unincorporated areas.
Yeah. So an actual adjoining property member who actually is injured already has the ability to take causes of action. And I guarantee you, you all saw 100 billboards on the way into Houston on a whole bunch of lawyers who'd be happy to take those cases to make sure that that gets dealt with. But also, we already regulate at the state level a lot of the things that people say they're worried about. But on a very, someone specifically injured, we already have causes of action for that.
Thank you. Up next, we have Lori Randazzo, and on deck, John Brewer.
Lori Randazzo, Senate District 29. I'm the mother of Joshua Randazzo. He was a casualty of fentanyl. He was a casualty of the border being open. After Biden decided he was going to open the border, in the United States of America, fentanyl deaths increased 64%. Now we're trying to be told that the borders are secure, which is not entirely true. The cartels have gotten very smart, and what they're doing is they're creating distractions in other parts of the border so that the cartel can go to other parts of the border and cross their drugs. The way they're doing this is like I said, they're outsmarting us. They're dropping off their backpacks and they're throwing them close to the wall. Waiting for them are these wire things where they just pull it through and then they run into the desert, never to be seen again. Our governor has implemented a law that if you kill somebody with fentanyl, you can face the death penalty. The problem with this is, while it's a great law, a lot of the cities are not following through. They are giving these people, they'll turn them into what they call snitches. These snitches are being released and they go live, life as it is. They never snitch, and, they basically get a slap on the wrist and nothing ever happens. As far as the border goes, I really feel like because of so much fentanyl coming in and the smarts of the cartel, we need more border patrol. I know in El Paso we have some border patrol. We have also the National Guard is out there trying to help us. Mexico is sending drones over and they are taking pictures of what is on the border. This is how they are bringing, more and more of not only fentanyl, but now there's xylazine, there's the carfentanil, and a lot of these are not, you can take xylazine, Narcan doesn't work. You take xylazine and you're dead. Carfentanil, it's a shorter period of time that you have where the Narcan is effective. Even with the fentanyl, Narcan, sometimes it takes 2 or 3 doses before they can bring you around. Our borders need to be more secure. We need to know who's coming over. All of us know if somebody comes to your home and they come through the back door, there's a good chance they're going to get shot. Your front door is a different story, and it needs to be not exactly the same at the borders, but we need to know who's coming over our borders. We need it secure. We need to do as much as we can to make sure the drugs stay out. It's very heartbreaking. I found my son. And it's not easy to go on and live after your son or your daughter or any loved one is killed by something that could have totally been prevented. My son was not an angel, and I get that. He should have never tried to take anything. He thought it was a Percocet. Instead, it was 19 nanograms of fentanyl. He would have never survived probably even the Narcan. It's a dangerous, dangerous drug.
Patrick Bondo on SD25. I have a question for you over here to your left. So is your testimony regarding border enforcement, what's your testimony for legislative priorities?
To strengthen our borders, to not let these drugs in. We don't know who's coming in, and sadly, most of it is people that mean us harm. There are some good ones, and I get that, but there's a lot of drugs coming over. We have to, at all costs, secure our borders.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have John Brewer, and on deck is Humberto Perez.
I'm John Brewer from Senate District 25. Thank you for this opportunity. Let's start with I'm talking about data centers. Start with the assumption that the people building these data centers are going to make an enormous amount of money. I'm very interested in property rights. So to begin with, the land that goes to these data centers cannot come from eminent domain. They need to go buy the land, regular commercial prices, and not have government put their finger on the scales. The power that they need, since they're going to make all this money, they can go build their own power supply. They should not be connecting to the grid so that the people that live in that area are going to be paying for the infrastructure. I live in Comal County, and we're growing at an enormous rate, and all of our rates are going up because we have to build infrastructure because the houses that are built are not paying for the infrastructure. The water, I could see maybe fill up their tank once a year, but in the meantime, they're going to have to reprocess and cool the water to take care of themselves. They cannot be connected to the water system. It's stressed enough in the hill country. We just don't have that much water. And the last time I looked, there's not a new manufacturing plant going in around the corner. They've tried it down in Corpus Christi to do a desalinization, and it's not going anywhere. There's a problem with them being very bright at night. It disturbs the people, it disturbs the animals. There's the thing called the Night Sky Initiative, and I think that all of these data centers need to conform to the Night Sky Initiative. And there's also a problem with the sound, and they need to do mitigation of the sound. They need to be a good neighbor. And so this isn't really much about AI or the data centers themselves. It's about crony capitalism and the government paying at the expense of the taxpayer to help them out.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Steve Bro, SD11. Have you had an opportunity to see what we've put together under the Regulate AI area?
The regulation of AI, in my opinion...
I'm sorry, sir. It's just a title, but it really focuses on these data centers. Have you had an opportunity to see that?
I have looked at the data centers and the amount of money that they're going to make, and
the only
that
reason
they're
I asked
pressuring
that,
government to allow them to make more money.
The reason I asked that is because almost everything that I heard you talk about, we've already have in our structure. I don't mean to dismiss your testimony at all. It's awesome, but I just wanted to make sure that
My review of the previous proceedings had not included eminent domain, and that's my primary issue, is that eminent domain not provide the land.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Thank you. Up next, we have Humberto Perez, and on deck, we have Daniel Teal. Humberto Perez, Daniel Teal. On deck, we have Lauren Landivar.
This is Levi Fuller, SD 14. This is invited testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Daniel Teal, SD 14. I serve as the Republican election judge at Travis County Central Count. I've been working elections for years now. My chair has me in that position because I've been working in the field of computer security for over 35 years. The problem that I bring to you today is I cannot audit our elections in Travis County. The problem is I cannot get access to the ballot images that are generated during an election. 2 years ago, we actually had ballot images released by several counties in Texas, including Dallas County, Tarrant County, and Bexar County. I analyzed all of those, and for example, I found that Dallas County did not tally over 300 ballots. However, there has since been the Secretary of State's office put out an advisory that says you cannot release these ballot images anymore because countywide polling basically violates voter secrecy. A lot of people already know this. The problem is if you come from one precinct on one side of Travis County and you vote at a polling location on the other side of Travis County, you may have the only ballot style at that location. So when you look at that data, I can see, oh, that precinct style, that ballot style at that location, I can tell exactly that that is how that person votes. County-wide polling only exists because of computers. The problem is the computers know how we vote, and in Dallas County, over 7% of the ballots I could identify. Just from analyzing the polling records from the primary we had here in 26. Over 5% of the ballots in Travis County I could identify if I had the ballot images. So what I'm asking you today is to change county-wide polling to a consolidated precinct polling location. In essence, precinct-level voting and hand counting is a standard. I completely agree with that. In Travis County, we have over 900,000 registered voters. We had over 587,000 voters vote in the presidential. I was up till over past 3 a.m. doing adjudication, making sure that we knew where every ballot came from. I could then take that night, I would be willing to take all those ballot images back home, running through my systems, and I could tell, did the machine add them up correctly based on the ballot images? I won't go into the nitty-gritty details of how you can then go beyond that. Let's just say the machines are vulnerable. I was one of the first Air Force information warfare officers in the U.S. Air Force. I know how the systems work. I know how to attack them. Let's first start by getting all these ballot images out so that we can have a lot of people analyze them. Another important point is to make sure that when they release the data, that it is unredacted. I can guarantee you in Travis County with the EA, if you go ahead, you have to release all the ballot images, the EA is going to say, well, there may be personal information on this. We need to redact all of them. When we put in a PIA in order to gain access to the ballots that would be redacted, my chair got a bill, it'd be over $12,000. So in essence, we need to have this data available as fast as possible after the election so I can see if any tampering was done. I found votes, and I think in Dallas, it was a human error. They only tabulated 449 out of 450 polling locations on Election Day. I don't think it affected any of those races. I catch human errors and small machine errors every time that I'm serving as a Central Count judge. I'm here to answer your questions.
Questions?
Dave Bennett. Levi Fuller, SD 14. Can you just tell the committee kind of what the language you're proposing and why, briefly?
The language that I'm proposing is essentially to replace the countywide polling program with a consolidated precinct polling location program. And then there would be a lot of language associated going after that, but in essence what it would do is, by having consolidated precincts, counties could still have polling locations. Voters have to vote at a specific location like we did for over 100 years.
Any other questions?
Yes, Dave Bennett, Senate District 13. So I appreciate your testimony. In Harris County, which is where I live, we can't audit to the precinct level for the same reason. And so the only auditing we're doing is saying that the machines can count. That's not good enough. We need to be able to audit to the precinct level. So I appreciate your testimony. You're right on track.
Thank you, sir.
Davis Ford, Senate District 24. I appreciate very much what you're saying, and I'm understanding, I'll just put it in different words. You tell me if I'm on base or not. But you're saying that you could have several precincts, separate precincts voting in one location, but you walk in and here's precinct 101, 102, 103. You go get your precinct ballot and you can vote in that location, but it's not countywide voting.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, that is what I've been advocating for a long time, and I appreciate it coming from someone who's smarter than this Aggie, who knows what he's talking about. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, next up we have Lauren Landivar, and on deck, oh, I'm sorry, Daniel Teal. That's who just had. Oh, I'm sorry, we have to handle a moment of business, please.
Madam Chair, members of the Legislative Priorities Committee, thank you for your service. I received submissions in accordance with Rule 23B to the permanent committees that were turned in a timely fashion, and I am turning them over to your custody. So there you go. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you all. All right, now we have Lauren Landivar, and on deck we have Katrina Tietz.
Hi, my name is Lauren Landbar, Senate District 9. I'm speaking about eliminating property tax. The people of Texas and the Republican Party have spoken multiple times on this issue. We need to eliminate property tax, not replace, not incremental carve-outs. We want to be free once and for all to own our own fairly purchased property. I know there are a lot of politicians that hem and haw and present plans that might work. But to shift the Overton window, we need to be strong in our language, be bold in our actions. We as Republicans shy away from this far too much. Everyone knows someone who has been harmed by property tax. People are losing their houses. This is wrong. I ask the committee to reconsider their language and adopt the simple line, eliminate property tax, without any other language, to show that we are standing strong behind these people who are being victimized in this way. I yield the rest of my time.
Do we have any questions? Thank you. Okay. Up next, we have Katrina Tietz, and on deck we have Lauren Lighty.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Katrina Tietz. I'm from Fort Worth, Texas. Yeehaw. Thanks for the time today. I'm also a precinct chair lady. I would love for our party to really start carrying the baton further for our pro-life initiative by basically promoting child support in the womb. Our laws allow for equal protection regardless of the basis of sex, but yet women bear a disproportionate amount of that burden because of the biological consequence of pregnancy. I myself am a mother of 3, so y'all know my business. I had a really nasty divorce, and I've been through the legal system, practically starved out. And I don't think I'm the only one in this room that went looking for love in some other places, and I got pregnant. And I chose life, and it was one of the best choices I did. But at the same time, that choice cost me cashing out my 401k. I had to continue litigating in family court with my ex-husband, God bless him. And it really highlighted the blatant gap that we have in policy here in Texas that tells women, keep your baby, but where's the man that, I mean, not to belittle the dad, who, by the way, has stepped up, and that's why I'm able to be here today, so thanks to him. But nevertheless, not everybody else is as fortunate as I am. And I would love to see our platform encourage men to be the men that they are and support women in pregnancy so that pregnant women don't become a burden to social services, on Medicaid, on food stamps, on these programs that I myself have used because I needed to use them. And this is coming from a woman who is, I'm 40 years old now, but an Air Force brat back in the day. I graduated from the University of Virginia.
Thank you.
Is that 4 minutes?
2.
I think I have 4 because
Invited testimony.
I was invited.
Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't inform us.
I think I did. It was...
Who invited you? It's a committee member? Okay, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. I just really think this is a big deal because babies need protection too. Moms need protection too. If we are going to be a pro-life party, then we need to hold men accountable for inseminating women. And I had to personally litigate with the Attorney General, and I did win my case. I had to fire my lawyer because $5,000 went really fast. And I just don't want any other woman that chooses life in the state of Texas to have to go through this. And by the grace of God and the churches in my Fort Worth community and the women and pastors and people that stood by me, I was able to choose to parent my son. But the thought, I never want another person to have to make a choice to maybe put their baby up for adoption due to economic disparities and not having equal access to the law because of economic circumstances. I wasn't rich because I was an assistant speech language pathologist working with the poorest of the poor for 7 years. And you know what that taught me? You don't get rich helping poor people, but the poorest of the poor need protection. And I encourage the Republican Party to protect families, to protect the role that men have, which is so vital. We need men and women. And I would love to see the Republican Party push child support in the womb. Thank you so much.
I apologize for cutting you off.
It's okay. I'm brand new.
Do we have
Thank
any
you.
questions?
Do you have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Elaine Cook, SD23, and you kind of answered the question in the last phrase. So what you're advocating for is that child support should start at the moment the woman knows she's pregnant.
The moment upon confirmation of pregnancy, which is what Texas Medicaid and WIC require, is the positive pregnancy test. In my case, I got that at the Fort Worth Pregnancy Center. Yes, ma'am. Are there any other questions?
Oh, you have one more over
yes,
here.
ma'am.
I'm just trying to figure this out of my mind, and I'm not saying this about you by any stretch of the imagination. I want to clarify that real quick. But what if someone had multiple partners and doesn't know who the dad is, and then they pay child support on a child that is not theirs, and you can't find out till months later? Do you have any remedy for that?
I do. I think that is a question that we can easily determine once a child is born, and then that's a reconciliation issue with accounting. I know when I have had USAA for insurance, not to equate children to property, but we did revise our Constitution to include that parental rights and duties are to support and provide the care for those children. So let's say someone did have multiple partners. Okay, and God forbid none of those men steps up. Well, then let the law take its course and let there be penalties for the men that abdicate their duty, instead of creating burdens for the state of Texas.
Last question. Thank you.
Thank you all. God bless you.
Okay, up next we have Lauren Lighty, and on deck we have Tex Hall.
Good afternoon. I'm Lauren Lichty. I'm a county commissioner for Precinct 3 from Rockwall County, Texas. I'm a delegate from Senate District 2. I am asking that local control of land use and development be one of our top legislative priorities. This is a platform plank and a legislative priority from our Rockwall County Republican Convention, which is incorporated into multiple proposed platform planks here at the state convention, only in weakened forms. Because of the restrictions placed by the legislature on the authority of counties to regulate land use, development is moving into the unincorporated areas of Texas counties and out of cities. In Rockwall County, we have developers planning to build de facto cities with 20,000 or more residents into the unincorporated portions of our county where we currently have farmland, and among people who moved out of the cities to avoid urban sprawl. As a county government, we have no authority to satisfy our citizens' demands that we preserve the rural nature of the areas they moved into. These massive new subdivisions do not have the benefit of city governments to determine how communities will develop, local police departments to protect the citizens, or parks and recreation departments to create amenities everyone is searching for. Rather, these citizens will be governed by the boards of directors of MUDs and HOAs, and no one wants that. This problem can be alleviated by simple legislative changes. Authority to approve or disapprove MUDs is a very good start. Instead, we hear that Republican legislators want to remove authority from cities and counties. While that may be what big developers and moneyed interests want, that is not what the people of Texas want. Private property rights as an argument against local control is a red herring. Developers who rely on this often don't even live in the counties they are developing and don't have to live with the consequences of the developments they are creating. That is not what the people of Texas want. This is our 250th anniversary. I would ask you all to remember the words of our founding father, Thomas Jefferson, who said, "The government closest to the people serves the people best." Let's get back to basics and preserve and establish local control over development. This deserves to be one of our top legislative priorities. Thank you very much. I'm available for questions.
Question, Richard Henson, SD2. Thank you, Commissioner Lichty, for coming to testify on this matter. You've seen our current plank for legislative priorities identified as number 6. Have you read through that, and does that have enough authority granted to the County Commissioners Court to be?
I've read through that and several of the planks. I wish it went further. We have a huge issue with MUD developments, which are being developed, as you know, by a single vote, which is creating a tax burden and a debt burden on property by one voter who can move into a neighborhood for a short period of time and create that debt burden. And so that's a great place to start, but it really needs to go further because what has historically been development in cities is moving out to the counties because cities no longer have the authority to annex property. Some people may like that. That may be great. But if that's what we're going to be living with, then we need to have the authority to make sure that the unincorporated areas of the county develop in a decent and orderly fashion, because that is what our citizens want. We have people who moved into 1 to 5 lot acre communities who are now being threatened with developments right next to them where we'll have 4,800 square foot lots.
Levi R.
Levi Rutter, Senate District 28. Is the county willing to compensate the landowners for depriving them of the property rights? Because when whoever buys a piece of property, if it's not encumbered, they are buying it with the intention to use it how they see fit.
If the law is changed to allow the counties to have these rights, there would be they wouldn't be taking anything from people to be compensated for. Right now, the state law provides that counties have no authority to regulate platting based upon density, for example, or based upon land use. So we can't do that. If that law was changed and we were given rights similar to cities in those situations, then there would be no compensation necessary.
Follow-up question?
No, no follow-up questions, please. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Dwayne Wright, SD5. Thank you for coming out, Commissioner. I hear these stories, and I've seen the data of the one-vote MUDs. So would a clear, easy solution be, since it's affecting the county and the county taxpayers, that you base the ratification of a MUD on a certain percentage of the population of the county?
That would certainly be better than the way it is now. This is a complicated issue, and I get that, because development needs to have funding to do it. But the way the MUDs are being created now, where literally a 1 acre piece of land or less is being cordoned off, a trailer is moved onto that property, someone comes out there and lives there for 6 months or 6 weeks or 6 days, and then votes, is not the way to do it. And anything we can do to regulate that and give counties authority to approve that in unincorporated portions of the county, just like cities have authority within city limits, would be a huge step forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we have Tex Hall, and on deck, we have Henry Bonnert.
Madam Chair, committee members, and fellow delegates, my name is Tex Hall. I'm a delegate from Senate District 24, Lampasas, the reddest county in the state, by the way. I didn't fill this thing out right, so I didn't get the correct topic on there, but the one I'm speaking about is what everybody wants to do, and that's to ban taxpayer-funded lobbyists. And we know as a whole that's a great thing. But let me ask committee members as others, how many of y'all have ever heard of SAFE-D, State Association of Fire and Emergency Districts? How many of you have heard of an ESD, an Emergency Services District? So where I see the impact, and I'm not going to tell you how to suck eggs, but I think we need to have something written in there that gives some kind of an exception for ESDs, because emergency service districts are a small taxing entity. I happened to be a commissioner at one point and ended up president of the board as well. But the only way we can get law written properly so that fire and ambulance services take care of the people is to be members of this State Association of Fire and Emergency Districts, SAFE-D. They train commissioners to make sure that ESD commissioners know what they're doing, do things right, and efficiently provide those services to their citizens. And they, in fact, do go up to the Capitol and lobby to make sure that somebody makes law that's effective and efficient to save lives of citizens. You can't pull a fireman off of his apparatus, and you can't pull an ambulance driver or an EMT out of their ambulance to have them go up and lobby for the best laws for us. So all I'm asking is that you look at that priority and figure out how to word it to where at least emergency services districts get some kind of a leeway off of that. I don't know if any of the others really have that much of an impact. I've not been on any of them. I know hospital boards have got plenty of people that they could send up to help get laws written, but your fire and ambulance folks, they don't have anybody that can fight for our behalf at the Capitol.
Brian Fitzgerald, SD3. What is the association fee for each firefighter?
It's not by firefighter, it's by the ESD commissioner's fees. And I'm going to say it was probably about $100 each in the past. I don't know how much it really is now. It may be up to as much as $500. I haven't looked to see what it is. I'm not an ESD commissioner anymore.
So in other words, you don't have a large budget to work with, correct?
Absolutely not. Yeah, the commissioners themselves don't get paid. They're all volunteers. So the ESD commissions, the 5 commissioners go as a group to safety and to the annual conferences.
Jeff Russell, SD 31. I appreciate your comments, and I understand part of the issue there, but my concern is if we carve out for one, then we start carving out for others. And, unfortunately, it's just the way that it is. And I understand your point about not being able to take maybe somebody off of an active rig in order to do that, but that's also the role of commissioners that serve in the ESD. So I'm very concerned about, and how would you, because I think if we had school board members in here, they'd probably tell us the same thing, or hospital board members that would tell you the same thing. Oh, we need these paid lobbyists and organizations to help us. I'm concerned about the carve out.
Well, I would say schools already have plenty of folks advocating for them in lots of different ways, and they've got other unions, et cetera, that do those kinds of things. Hospital boards, as I mentioned, they've got a whole bunch of people. The folks all of the folks that attend this safety conferences annually are, of course, first responders as well as ESD commissioners. The ability to pay for that, boy, that, if everybody had to suck up and spend their own money to go out to the Capitol all the time, it's a volunteer position anyway. It's called remunerated, which is the big government word for saying you can get paid, but there's only 1 or 2 counties that they actually do get paid.
Last question. No? Anyone else have a question? All right, thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
Up next, we have Henry Bonnert, and on deck, we have Lori Guth-Orman.
Yes, I'm Henry Bonnert, and I'm from SD 17. What I want to do, first off, thank all of y'all for your service. And I've served on this committee in prior couple of sessions and that. The legislative priorities that I really am emphasizing here, really support, are your elimination of property taxes. And property taxes has been on the platform and on priorities for many, many years. We need to keep it there. We need to make sure that it is strongly worded. We want to eliminate property taxes, not do any kind of beating around the bush and lowering it or whatever. So that was one thing. The other thing is the other issue that I was talking about was the banning of the taxpayer-funded lobbying. I know the guy was just here before me was advocating for some kind of carve-outs and that. I don't believe that is the right way to go about it. We need to find a different way. Banning taxpayer-funded lobbying is what I would definitely advocate. So, thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Okay, up next we have Lori Guth-Ormson, and on deck we have Bobby Galana.
Hello, Lori Guth-Ormson, SD 10 and out of Mineral Wells. I am here to address our number one, securing Texas elections, which I'm thrilled we are all focused on. I do believe we need to add a 7th core reform. We need to ensure voter privacy at the polls. In my experience over the last 15 years, as I've gone to vote, 15 years ago, I'd go into a room where all the ballot boxes were facing, your back was facing a wall. And you could go in and vote with confidence that your voice was going to be heard. But about 11 years ago, that seemed to change, and the ballot boxes, my back, began to be facing the voting administrators and the voting officials, and other people waiting in line could all see past me and see exactly who and what I was voting for. As a sociologist and communication liaison, I am a huge proponent of each voice at the polls being heard. And it's so important, as our core Republican beliefs is to represent the majority of who is being represented in our culture, who shows up at the poll. But when people are voting and there's 3, 4, 5 people right behind them who can see what they're voting for, there is going to be undue influence on their vote. They're going to be concerned about what someone may think of them if they don't vote in what is known as the popular way to vote in that county, or just by the people that happen to be looking over their shoulder. So I don't need the full 4 minutes, but I would very much, like y'all do, strongly consider adding a 7th core reform there to ensure voter privacy at the ballots so that we can make sure that we are getting a proper and accurate response of what all of our constituents want us to do. Yes, ma'am.
How would you suggest that gets remedied?
I think honestly, even 15 years ago, everything looked fine at our poll boxes. When you walked up to your little booth, there was nothing behind you but a wall, maybe 3 or 4 feet behind you. And I've been given lots of excuses, and I don't see them as reasons. There's excuses because there's plenty of space to just make sure your back is to a wall. But for the over 10 years now, you cannot vote with any kind of privacy. And in my county, there is a lot of tension, even within the Republican Party. It's a pretty even split by 2 different factions right now. And a lot of people are feeling very pressured everywhere to vote one way or the other when they should be going in confidently knowing that their vote is secure, it's fully private, and nobody will be able to hold it against them for them to vote one way or the other.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Bobby Galana, and on deck, we have John Boucher.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having us here today, and thank you for all the work you're doing. I'm here to talk to you about ending government overreach as one of your priorities, and specifically item 6 that talks about municipal utility districts and other special districts. I appreciate what you've done and the language that's there now, but we need more teeth than that, especially at the county level. I'm a county commissioner in Rockwall County. I'm here with Commissioner Lichty, who testified earlier, and I will echo what he said, and I'm going to add some things to his testimony. We all know what happens with these municipal utility districts. They move somebody in temporarily in a trailer, or in our case in Rockwall County, twice recently into a tiny home. And they put them into a neighborhood and have them make the one vote that creates millions of dollars in debt for the residents that are going to live there that have no choice other than to pay it forever into perpetuity. We all know that this person moving into this tiny home or this trailer doesn't intend to remain there because it's not even the kind of home they're building in the neighborhood. So we have election fraud taking place every single time this happens, and yet we are doing nothing to combat that. And I would ask why, and why aren't we addressing that in some of these planks? This leads to things happening that are other priorities for you currently. Think about Sharia law in Muslim enclave communities that we are all so worried about happening in this state. Do you know how they're set up and what path they always follow? They hire Coach Rose to start a water district. That's an administrative step at TCEQ. Then if they keep board continuity, guess what? They turn into a MUD. Same board members. Then they hold a meeting that's barely mentioned anywhere, and they change board members to Islamists who have the worst intentions for our state and country. Once they do that, they set up restrictive HOA covenants, corporate housing arrangements, and they finance mosques and Islamist schools, and they use our school choice that we voted on last time against us and take our tax money to work against the values of Americans and the values of Texans. D.R. Horton typically builds these homes, and when a county like Rockwall challenges them, the Winstead law firm sues you. And they sue you and they try to bury you in paperwork, and you have hardly any authority to stand your ground for something that we all believe in. So I'm asking you to put more teeth in the law. Not to mention that we're having a 6,500 home development dumped into the unincorporated area of our county in Rockwall right now that we have very little control over, and guess what? It's a MUD. Who's paying for that infrastructure? Who's paying for the impact to our schools? All the taxpayers are. It's a burden they shouldn't bear. When those homes finally come online and get on the tax rolls, we all know homes don't pay for infrastructure alone. It never works that way. So again, I'm asking you for some more teeth in what you're trying to do. I want you to give the counties more power to oversee MUDs, restrictive HOA covenants, and the like, so that we can do two things. We can return government closest to the people where it belongs, and we can prevent these Sharia Islamic communities from popping up in the unincorporated areas where they are headed next. I'll take questions.
Question.
Patrick Bondo, SD 25 on your left. Oh, go ahead.
Richard Henson, SD2. Thank you, Commissioner Galana, for being here, and Commissioner Lichty. Love y'all's shirts, by the way. Very tasteful. So you guys have read the current plank that we have. Can you guys collaborate and propose a proposed edit to that? And we would visit with that later this evening.
We would love to do that, absolutely.
Patrick.
Patrick Bondo on SD 25. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your service for your county and our state. Recently, Senator Paul Betancourt released a statement that he wasn't I think his opinion was that he was not going to cede authority to counties on this issue. So can you help us with whether it's directing the legislature to act and regulate or work with or direct TCEQ with greater refinement, or to cede it to the county? So have you seen that, and what's your response to that?
I'm very, very familiar and have had many meetings with Senator Betancourt, and we clearly do not see eye to eye. And if anybody's driven through Houston that has no zoning, you would probably know why. But I do not believe that power should lie with the legislature. I mean, the whole entire priority we're talking about is ending government overreach, and it really could be titled End Austin Overreach at this point. Return power back to the local community. The commissioners' courts and the city councils ought to have the first review of these MUDs or special utility districts. And I'm not necessarily saying they have to be the last ones, but they should have the first review, and that power should not solely lie in Austin, in my opinion. But I am familiar with what you're talking about.
Next question.
Levi Fuller, SD 14. Just a quick question. So you're talking about, the trailer park. I think you're talking about the trailer park and how they put it one trailer and then okay. So there was an unknown, relatively not enforced provision in the election code requiring an affidavit. My question to you is your area doing that? Number one. Number two, would this be more effective as an election issue? Do you think that would fix it, or is that not one of your considerations?
Let me answer the second part of your question first. I think that this is multiple issues. If you look at it, it's like we're closing loopholes in several areas. And so, yes, I think the election is one part of it. Here's the real problem with how it works. Even if we know fraud is taking place, the way the legislation is written right now is the only person that can bring a cause of harm case from that election is that one voter. So why would the person committing election fraud bring a cause of harm case against himself? And the county or the city where it happens has absolutely no relief in the law. So that is something that has to change. If we're going to allow these one vote bond elections to take place, then we ought to at least allow the county to say that this caused harm if we know there's fraud. To your other point about the affidavit, I'm not sure about that. It's something I will look into and find out, but I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have John Boucher. And on deck, we have Tammy Blackwell. John Boucher. Tammy Blackwell. On deck, we have Danny Briegel.
Hello, my name's Danny.
You're next.
I'm sorry.
On deck.
Nobody knows.
Hi, my name is Tammy Blackwell. I'm a delegate for Walker County and precinct chair for 203.
In December of 1999, my son, an Eagle Scout, enlisted in the Texas Army National Guard with Alpha Company 136 Signal Battalion at the age of 17. He was scheduled to complete his service and receive an honorable discharge in December of 2006, except that month before his discharge, the federal administration froze all discharges and changes to military occupational specialties. As a result, my son was forced to not only remain in service for an extra year, but to also be deployed to Iraq, where he served in Tikrit, directly in harm's way. We were all shocked, confused, and angry. Isn't our National Guard supposed to serve our state and respond to domestic emergencies? Isn't that the whole purpose of having a separate branch called the National Guard? Who is going to be here for us in times of crisis, if not the National Guard? I was so angry that I wanted to quit my job to join KBR in the Middle East, just to be somewhat close to him. After all these years, I am still mad, and always will be until we pass the Defend the Guard Act. By the way, my cousin, Army Corporal Zach Inslee, was killed in action the following year after my son's safe return as sergeant. I'm fighting not only for my son, but for my cousin Zach and all their brothers in arms, for they are truly a band of brothers, and they deserve our utmost respect and consideration for important legislation to be passed by our state and national legislators. Oklahoma, Idaho, New Hampshire, and Maine have already filed bills regarding this act. I and many more implore you to send this up. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Up next, we have Danny Briegel, and on deck, we have Bob Green.
Hi, my name's Danny Briegel from SD 28. Thank you guys for serving. We appreciate it. We know it's a lot of hard work. And thank all of you guys who bring your own personal expertise and share with us and educate us. Thank you. We need that. I'm here to speak on behalf of the preborn. Do we believe our rhetoric? We say we value human life from conception because we're created in the image of God. Do we really value it the same as a born baby? Do we have laws that say it's wrong to kill human beings? If killing a preborn baby is a human being, abortion is wrong. So I'm wanting to ask y'all to please support the proposed legislative priority of equal protection, to let our legislature know this is important to Texans. The law is a detriment, it's a moral teacher, and it's our system. If we really believe that, and God has a lot to say about showing partiality, if we really believe the preborn child has as much equal value as any of us, and that it's wrong to take human life, we must change the laws in Texas. Texas has one of the strongest pro-life laws in the nation, yet our numbers went up after Roe versus Wade was overturned in 22. We will always have abortions in our state and in the nation until we say it's wrong. The law is a moral teacher. When post-abortive women are asked, would have you had an abortion if the law had said it? No. Many say, well, no, it's against the law. So the law is a moral teacher. We have great laws. We have traffic speeding reduced in school districts, and rightfully so. Would we exempt parents from speeding through school zones? We shouldn't exempt anybody from killing a preborn child.
Steve Bro, SD 11. I think that you will find many people on this panel, if not all, fully aligned with you. We've talked about that life starts at fertilization. So, and we've talked a lot about equal protection. Have you had a chance to look at what we've developed thus far?
Yes, and I think it's good. I just want to try to emphasize, y'all, I don't know y'all have much control, we vote on it, everybody to make that a legislative priority. It nearly came out of session 2 years ago. It was going to come out of committee 2 years ago. And Texas Alliance for Life, who I've been way involved, I've sat on the state boards.
I understand. My only question was if there was anything in our language that you wanted to enhance, to give it to one of us. I understand why you did it for the body here. Thank you very much for your testimony.
I think
Any other questions?
the comments are good. To answer your question specifically, I've had some guys in our SD this morning on Rules Committee and stuff who deal with the legislature. They want specific stuff, so be specific. When we entered some wording in there, it's good, but it gives them tools to enact legislation.
You have another question.
I'm sorry.
Levi Rudder, SD 28. Specifically, what do you think the punishment should be if you're proposing we make it a punitive action?
Well, whatever punishment it would be for a man to drown their 6-month-old baby or to someone to kill an adult, if we truly believe our rhetoric. Now, Andy Hopper and I had a good conversation. He said no judge, no jury would ever convict a 16-year-old girl, first-time offender, juvenile, to the degree they would convict a felon for shooting someone. So we leave it up to the court system and trust that they will be met out fair punishment. But until we say it's wrong, we will continue to have abortions.
Thank you. Up next, we have Bob Green, and on deck, we have William Martin.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Bob Green from SD 14 in the bluest county in the state, Travis County. What I'm going to talk about is just very briefly has to do with the property tax proposals and whether or not it would be feasible to actually eliminate them at this point, even stepwise down the line. But what I would like to propose at the very least would be to look at eliminating it for people like me over 65 who have lived in their house for many, many years and are still never owning it. So it's to me it's important. I think that I would say put something in there that says if you're over 65 and have lived in your primary homestead for 5 years, say, property taxes out, you should be able to own that house, because I've seen too many people, a bunch of them in Travis County, who have been priced out of their homes based on the property tax appraisals on one side and then the rate setters on the other side, each blaming each other for every time the property taxes go up. So that's all I've got to say, and I would like to see you consider that.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, Bob Green William Martin, and on deck is Teresa Thomas.
Hello, I'm William Martin from Senate District 14. I'm here to speak on behalf of planks number 23 and number 195. I support the position of the Texas Alliance for Life, which is very much opposed to abortion, and which fully supports prosecution of all abortion providers by the Texas Attorney General and the private enforcement provisions and civil penalties already on the books. However, the prosecution of women for murder after taking mifepristone is a bridge too far. This would discourage a woman, for example, from attempting to reverse a dose of abortifacient for fear of being accused of attempted murder. Such a murder law liability would open the way in the future for laws to prosecute a woman who merely failed to exercise good prenatal care. Imagine a fetus having an attorney appointed to supervise a woman's conduct during pregnancy, or a woman being sued by such an attorney appointed by a court on behalf of a baby for causing birth defects or retardation because of drinking alcohol before she even knew she was pregnant. Anyone who encouraged a woman to drink or to engage in other poor prenatal care could also be made criminally liable or incur other forms of liability. You know, the savage and vicious ancient Assyrians, who were the enemies of ancient Israel, had a law punishing a woman who had a miscarriage by impaling her along the road, which is a punishment worse than crucifixion. Israelite ethicists such as the great Isaiah undoubtedly were familiar with Assyrian law, since he advised King Ahaz on Assyrian relations, but did not choose to advocate, much less implement, any law punishing a woman for abortion. In fact, we see in Numbers chapter 5, according to the New International Version translation, that a priest could provoke a miscarriage in the case of an adulterous wife on the accusation of her husband for the sake of community purity. That was their priority. We can keep our communities pure just by cutting off the mailing of mifepristone and closing any abortion providers.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead. Up next, Teresa Thomas, and on deck we have Juan Gervais.
Hello, committee. Hope you're doing well. I'm Teresa Thomas, SD7, Precinct Chair 0173, and State Director for Moms for America. I'm here to ask you to vote on the education reform and to give you reasons why this could potentially be the most important legislative priority. As James Madison observed, a diffusion of knowledge is the only guardian of true liberty. The importance of every legislative priority before you cannot be overstated. I know your position. I served here last year. This is very difficult. I do want to reach to your hearts and minds. Yet without a future generation prepared to defend our liberties and uphold our values, what will become of any of these legislative priorities? Will we continue to be a nation that cherishes constitutional rights, moral responsibility, liberty, and public safety? Across the country, many Americans see examples of policies and practices that weaken its foundation. We need look no further than California and New York to see failed election security, open borders, and lawlessness. These concerns underscore the importance of ensuring that Texas remains committed to the principles upon which our nation was founded. Securing and strengthening our educational system is essential. Parents deserve confidence that their children are being educated in an environment that reflects the values and principles they hold dear. Proposed reforms seek to protect children from predators, close loopholes that undermine existing Texas laws, and increase transparency and accountability within our schools. I can share how schools use loopholes to work around current state laws passed to safeguard them. The ones that we desperately got last session, they have already denied them. Our children are our greatest asset and our most enduring legacy. The education and values they receive today will shape the future of Texas tomorrow. For decades, educational institutions, please consider this the most important one. Thank you.
Dave Bennett, Senate District 13. Teresa.
Teresa, you have a question.
Dave Bennett, Senate District 13. Thank you, Teresa, for your testimony, and thank you for helping me be board member 30 years ago.
30 years ago, we got you elected.
Yeah, thank
We
you.
brought in the TEA on that school because they violated so many of our children's rights.
And so
I thank you for doing that.
So thank you, and is there anything, have you seen our verbiage, and is there anything that you wanted to add to our verbiage, and if so, come see me.
Okay, will do.
Okay.
Just consider making sure this is in the top 8. If we can't secure their hearts and minds, we can't secure Texas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next, Johan Gervais, and on deck, Maverick Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Johan Gervais. I'm from SD 25. I want to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for all of your hard work on this committee over the past several days. I was honored to serve on the Legislative Priorities Committee at the last convention, and I appreciate the time and the care that you have put into it. I was very impressed reading your Legislative Priorities report from last night, and I want to especially thank you for number 9, to protect the sanctity of every human life by establishing equal protection for preborn babies in Texas. I just want to encourage you to stand firm on that language and to rank the sanctity of human life as number 1. Thank you.
Questions? Up next, we have Maverick Anderson, and on deck, Mark Hayes.
Little call.
Hi, I'm Maverick Anderson. I'm Senate District 15. I served on our platform committee, and I'm precinct chair for 264. Today I'm talking on H-1B visas and how we can extend some of the protections we've already started here in Texas. Planks 238 and 244 kind of start commenting, but they're a little outdated still with what we've realized in the last 2 years. I work in contract management at Fluor, a large EPC company, so I manage a lot of the work behind the scenes on getting people to do the jobs. And so with that, I've witnessed a lot of our outsourcing that we do, and I can personally say that a lot of our H-1B and overseas workers who later become H-1B aren't really that good. We mostly hire them because they're cheap, and since we're putting so much into AI, we'll replace them soon. So we should start getting ahead of limiting these, especially where we can in Texas. So where I think we can extend some of this is with Trump's America First agendas, we had some projects where the stakeholders wanted us to do all work in America, all engineering, everything. We couldn't outsource anything to our overseas farms. And we did it very quickly. People complained because they couldn't use certain teams, but the projects were done, and they were done completely. And if we put these, all the companies must do that. So it's not like one team's going to have more of an advantage. This brings jobs back to America. As a young person, I have a lot of friends who've graduated from prestigious engineering universities, can't get a job because these companies would rather pay 50 grand for some guy who can barely speak English to do the job for us. And this will lead us to doing exactly what we did in manufacturing, where we sent everything overseas, and then no one had the experience to do it anymore. If we keep doing this with H-1B workers, all of us Gen Z will have no experience between AI and H-1B, and we won't be able to help you guys. So we won't have manufacturing or engineering or really anything. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you. Up next, Mark Hayes, and on deck, Michael Walton.
Thank you, Madam, and Board for allowing me to speak. I'm actually a data center AI expert. I build approximately 2 million square feet of data center for advanced intelligent operations around the country. I'm currently building 1 million square foot in Chicago, one in Troy, and one in Atlanta, Georgia. And AI data centers are coming. It's going to be our future. It's going to be the way things are happening, but we need to do it smartly. There's a lot of considerations that need to be put in place. We want to be careful of how we're talking about. It's a 4-minute. I was asked by the board member. As we go forward in this, we want to be careful of how we tell landowners of how they can use their own land. If you put 5 or 10 acres out in the country, would you want to be told that you can't put cattle on it, or you can't use your land to grow corn? So we got to be careful, but we also have to be smart. What that means is there's land, water, and use that is required for these AI data centers. A small AI data center is going to use between 3 and 5 million gallons of water a day to cool it. And they'll come in and you get a lot of information that comes back and says, oh, well, we're going to use closed loop or we're going to use self-contained systems. Yes, they are. But where are they going to get that 3 million gallons from? 3 million to 5 million gallons of water is equivalent to 100 acres of farmland and a yearly input of rain for 100 acres. So what they're going to do is they're going to seek that out of our local water supply. If they're close to cities like Fort Worth, who have 300 million gallon capacity a day, not a problem. They come out to somewhere like Alvarado or someone out in North Houston where the local communities have a total capacity of 10 to 12 million gallons. That's 50% of their water supply. Some advocates will come back and say, oh, well, that's not a problem. We'll regain it. It takes a year to regain that type of water back for the water. And they're not going to truck it in at 10,000 gallons a max per truck. You're talking 400 trucks of water to come in and source it. There's a lot of other concerns that are out there. Water, not just the water, electric generation, containment. So when they use this water immediately becomes hazardous wastewater because they got to put glycol and agents in it to prevent rusting and increase viscosity of the water so it doesn't harm the equipment. And it gets replenished at about 15 to 20% a month. So on a 5 million gallon a day, you're talking 150 million gallons in a monthly time with a 20% replenish rate. So we can do things and work with these data centers to be successful. And what I would advocate as we move forward is as we go forward with these AI data centers as a whole, we move forward in an economic model like we've done with the oil slush fund. The oil slush fund is you're pulling resources out of the ground, you're paying for those resources on a tax basis to help fire departments with abatement, get training for lithium batteries, help the local community water supplies increase, fix the roads that these trucks are going to damage when they're coming in. We can do that by taxing what's called compute, and that's how these data centers. The data centers that I'm currently building in the different centers are going to make on the average of $750 million per quarter at these data centers. They can afford to pay the taxes as we move forward if we put the right laws and right restrictions in place so that we locate the data centers not only where they're effective, as where the resources of the local community can support them.
Question.
Brian Fitzgerald, SD3.
Brian and then Destin.
Okay. One of my chief concerns that just like the dot-com boom and all technology going, we're building all these data centers. What is your prediction, since you build them, on when they will be obsolete?
The life cycle expectation on the AI platform today is 18 months, but the way the AI data centers are built is to give them a 5 to 7 lifespan. And what you're going to find out, like the dot-com era, they're going to bring in between 900 and 1,200 jobs, and you're going to hear them saying that's what they're going to produce. But the part that they don't say is after the first 12 to 15 months, when it's just a tilt wall building. Once those tilt wall buildings are in place, it's 30 to 50 people. They're lights out. The economic impact for those resources. And if you look at bringing them into a rural part of town, how many data center experts do you know that's going to live in the middle of Harris County out? They're not. They're going to bring in their own people, and then when that build's done, they're going to leave. But overall, to complete the second part of your unasked question, is it's going to turn itself over every 18 months. It'll be self-contained, and it'll self-generate and increase in speed until we get to the terawatt level.
Destin.
Destin Sensky, Senate District 10. Mark, thank you for your testimony. Very much appreciate your expertise on this. My question is, with you being in the construction and facilitation of these, I wonder if you're aware of a single plan for a data center that didn't proceed because there was not enough welfare or tax abatement or some economic development package on the table for them. I'm under the impression that these companies are ready to make a deal and they're willing to be listen to the local community, and I don't think we have to lure or entice them. Am I barking up the wrong tree, or do I have it pretty well figured out?
No, Dustin, thank you. And it's Mark Hayes from SD10, by the way. I'm in Johnson County up in Alvarado. And no, you're 100% correct. They do the geographics, the geologies themselves, and they know that the water is in the ground. On a normal data center, they're going to drill 400 to 500 wells that produce about 500 gallons a day. Then they're going to go to the local water supply. They're going to negotiate a cheaper rate with the local co-ops to get the water in. And then the other economics, they're going to go to the commissioner's court and the cities and get abatements put in place ahead of time. So once those economic packages are put in place, then they start the build process. So they know when the build process is going to start, when it's going to stop, and the economics between the environmental all the way up to the brick and mortar of how they build the tilt wall buildings is in place before they dig one hole in the ground.
Patrick.
Patrick Von Doren, SD25 right here. Thank you for your testimony.
Yes,
one of the comments I think made previously today compared the amount of water usage at data centers to golf course, different things. Can you give us, based on your experience and expertise, compare that kind of water usage to, say, a golf course, to a local pool, whatever, anything else you know of that uses a bunch of water? Can you give us a comparison?
So I can. So a mid-sized AI data center that requires cooling is going to have an initial draw of between 2 and 3 million gallons. On a large data center, it's going to be between 3 and 5 million gallons a day. Golf courses don't use that much water volume. Most golf courses on an average between 2 and 4 wells. Each well produces 500 gallons a day. And then they get gray water or untreated water from the local power plants. They sterilize it and use it on their golf course. That's why a lot of times you'll see golf courses where it says non-potable water, because they're getting untreated water from those local facilities. Now, to draw a direct comparison to a pool is 20, 30,000 gallons. You can't even equate a pool. A data center, let's say an average, 5 million gallons a day or 150 million gallons, and it's replenishing that water at 20%. So every day it's regaining 1 million gallons. Now let's bring that to a normal thinking. Well, how much is 1 million gallons? 1 million gallons of water is equivalent to 10 acres of rainfall drop in a year. So that's how you equate the difference. So 5 million gallons, you're talking 5,000 acres of water shed.
Madam Chair, I move to extend for additional questioning.
All right, I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second. Jeff Russell, SD 31.
Thank you. Do we have consensus? Thank you.
I have a question. Eric, SD 20. Now, you're saying these data centers have to replenish their water, 20% of it. Where does it go? Does it evaporate, or where is the?
So there's three elements of loss on the water consumption. Let's just make it $1 million gallons, because it's a little bit easier in our mind to use the math of 20%. So with the 1 million gallons that are initially seeded, from that there's evaporation of water, there's dissipation of water because it's heating up. As it heats up, it transforms into a gas and you lose that water. And then there's spillage. And because of that, because of the viscosity of the water, it has to be replaced with glycol. Just like your antifreeze in your car, over time the constant heating and cooling of the water causes it to span, turns it to a gas that is then vented off from the data center, and they have to replace that money. Spillage, ventage, cooling, and dissipation.
Jeff?
I wanted to follow up on Destin's question to make sure. I think Destin's point was that we know they're getting incentives, but what if a community says no incentives? We've heard other testimony that the incentives are kind of like the icing on the cake. But even if the incentives are not there, if that's the place they want it, they're going to come in and they're going to build it.
I'm not actually in the decision model of where data centers go. That is done more of at an executive level. To give a full clarification, I'm the program manager that builds it and brings in all the people to make sure that it happens. And in those situations where there's adversity in the local community, it becomes a cost basis. What is it going to cost the organization or the LLC or the C Corp put together in litigation? This is a benefit and profit offset the amount of problems that we're going to have, and it becomes a financial number, not a local resource number. Does that answer your question?
Chairman.
Final question.
Paul Yamrick, SD 18.
Can't hear you, sir.
You talked about cooling and the evaporation process. Another process is a closed loop. What I really want to get to is that there is innovation going on in the industry. Are you aware of any of that? You may not be the person to be able to speak.
No, I am. In closed loop
closed loop is an example of innovation of minimizing water loss. And there's other possibilities innovative-wise to use less resources. Are you familiar with any of those?
I am.
Thank you.
So there's those self-contained systems as well as air cooling systems, but then they have other obstacles that you have to overcome as well. In an air-cooled system, which reduces the amount of dissipation because of the self-contained or closed-loop systems of the water, now you're adding noise and airflow to the local area, which then impacts the wildlife. So there is a give and take, depending on the area you're in, of which give and take could be more pro or con to that particular location.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be available if anybody ever wants to ask any more questions.
Up next, we have Michael Walton, and on deck, Jimmy Lee.
That was a hard act to follow, but I'm going to try.
My name is Michael Walton, SD8. I would like to request that defending our Second Amendment be given a higher priority by the RPT by specifically placing it on the list of legislative priorities. The Second Amendment was placed second on the list of our constitutional rights for good reason, because our founders knew the importance of maintaining an armed population as a check against those who would seek to abuse or harm us, whether it be criminals, terrorists, an invading army, or a rogue government, was absolutely vital. The Second Amendment, being so very important to maintaining our national security and individual liberty, consequently deserves specific recognition and protection from any and every suggestion of infringement. I relinquish my time.
Any questions?
Levi Rutter, SD 28. What is a legislative priority or another statute going to do when the courts ignore it? And why put more stuff out there when it's already clear?
Well, that seems to be a contradiction of terms, what you just said, in that if it was already clear, why would it be questioned by the courts? Point being, I think that if it's stated, you know, Texas, it used to be California, but I think Texas is the new leader in the country as far as setting the pace and setting the example and establishing priorities for the country. And I think if we as a state that the Second Amendment is important and is absolutely vital, really, as a foundational right to protect, like I said, our liberties, I think that it sets an example for the country.
Any other questions? Right over here.
Steve Rowe, SD11. I hear what you have to say, and I understand it. The question that you have to ask is it better to have it in the current priority where we have it, and it has a chance to then become part of the priority that goes to the legislature, or to have it as a standalone and to be less likely to be in the top 8 selected by this convention?
All that I'm really requesting is, I understand the top 8 are really the objectives of the legislation and of the committee. I just want it to be given enough priority so that it becomes obvious to the state and to the rest of the country the level of its importance as a foundational right. And to me, like I say, when I say foundational, almost everything that we're talking about here, if you can't maintain your foundational rights, the rest of it all just falls apart and goes away.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much. Now we're going to hear from Jimmy Lee, and on deck we have Samuel Marnov.
Jimmy Lee from Anderson County Precinct Chair, Senate District 3. I'm concerned about our water. We have water in the Gulf. Desalination plants need to be built. The water needs to be transported, pumped upstream so that we don't deplenish our underground water reservoirs or our surface water. It has to be protected. The byproduct of salt needs to be used for commercialization, even if we just charge for the transporting of this salt north, where they can use it for their towns, all little towns and cities, even up into Canada and wherever, needs to put salt on their roads. So the salt should not be dumped into the Gulf and upset the environment and the balance there, destroying life and plants. I was concerned about the water I heard about in Corpus Christi, so I called 13 water companies. None of them returned my calls or answered the phones, which told me that there is a serious problem. I called City Hall. City Hall said, yes, we have restrictions on water use now. I said, what are you doing with the salt? Well, we're dumping it in the Gulf. I said, well, have you thought about this? Oh, that sounds like a great idea about recycling that salt, and let's use it for something. We have a lot of good commercial uses. It could be productive. We have 70% of the Earth's water in our oceans. So let's be smart about this. Our water consumption law is out of date. It needs to be updated. It must be a priority with our legislature. Must be. And we must put pressure on these people to make it a priority. Thank you.
Any questions? Up next, Samuel Marinov, and on deck we have Nicholas Williams.
Hello, committee chairwoman. Thank you guys for everything you do. I was actually the LP chair for my Senate District 7, so I know how difficult it is to deal with some of this. I wanted to advocate for a specific topic that my SD considered under Education and Board of Enforcement. I'm a big believer that Texas public universities should focus on admitting Texas students, and I'm also a firm believer that Texas occupational licenses should go to Texans first. Right now, we have an issue where, according to San Antonio newspaper, about 25% of all active medical licenses in Texas have been issued to doctors who graduated from foreign universities. I think that there should be a cap on how many foreign admissions our public universities are allowed to accept. I also think that our occupational licenses should be reserved solely for Texans or mostly for Texans, and I think that there should be a percentage cap on how many of those are issued to foreigners. And so I think that if you guys could fit that under one of the current either education or border security priorities, that would be hugely beneficial, I think.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll hear from Nicholas Williams, and on deck we have Molly Goodson.
Hi, I'm Nico Williams from Williamson County, Precinct 162. So I think a lot of people here don't trust the machines when it comes to elections. You cannot trust them at all, actually, before the election. There's no logic test you can do. I don't have time to cover why. But what you can do is check later after the fact that they worked as advertised. You kind of do that with audits days later, but that depends on the custody of the ballots, which is really, really hard to arrange and ensure. So there is something we do, which is digital risk limiting audits, where we check that the CVRs add up and match the tape out. But there's something else we could do, but which the law currently doesn't envision, and would be nice if the law did, which is statistical physical risk limiting audits in some of the precincts, some of the voting locations. So you don't have to do all the boxes or anything, just some of them. And the idea is to check that, well, depending on the functionality of the machines, you can go from just checking that the BMDs aren't lying in the barcodes, that the barcodes match the text in the ballots, and also checking that they match what appears in the CVRs for the same ballots. And then, of course, the digital risk limiting audit. Something like this would really, really help until someday we can get back to hand counting. But in the meantime, this would really help establish trust in the machines. So I'm surprised I did that with 20 seconds left. I would have loved to have used 10 minutes for this.
Questions?
Yes.
Jeff Russell, SD 31. We heard a previous testifier talk about the digital images and all.
Yeah.
I mean, if you could give us a small bullet point of how we might incorporate something like that into, you know, the disclosure of that info so that these audits could be done, that we might be able to squeeze into an election integrity or something. But But, I mean, could you help us with that real quick?
Sure, I was not here for that, so I didn't hear the other testifier, but I'll tell you this. This is based on an idea by a fellow named Jim Keller. His idea was that the machine should print on every ballot a running tally at the point of that ballot so that later one could pick out pairs of ballots and check that the tallies went up by the right amount, right? If you do enough of these, then you go like, well, yeah, the machines are not lying. That would require new machines. Without new machines, what we can do is pick individual ballots and check that they match what appears in the CVR, so the CVR is not made up, right? Because the digital risk limit on it cannot find that. You have to look at the actual physical ballots. But then the other thing you can do is check that the content of the ballot, the English language content of the ballot, matches what's on the barcode, right? And then you do that plus your digital risk limiting audit, and now you can decide what degree of confidence you want, and then that the machines did not lie, and then that'll tell you how many ballots you have to sample. So you do this in some number of precincts or voting locations for some number of ballot boxes, and with this you can establish a fair degree of confidence that the machines are not lying, right, on election night before you have any custody issues. So that's sort of the thing that I would like to see. Now, you can't do this today. It's illegal to open a ballot box unless you're hand counting in the voting location. And nobody's doing that.
All right.
So,
We're going to go Davis and then
thank you.
David.
Dave.
Davis Ford, SD 24, in our county, and I won't mention Bell County's name.
Yeah.
But you know, our ballots, first off, are started as a blank sheet of paper. They print them off for your precinct. But anyway, it'll give the names of the people you voted for various races. But the machine isn't counting that.
No.
It's counting the barcode.
Correct.
Can you read barcode? I can't read barcode.
Well, so first of all, whoever would be doing the audits would have to have apps on their phone or whatever to do that part. So that part would have to be required public domain knowledge, you know, how to decode the barcode.
That would be an auditor.
I'm sorry?
But that would be an auditor doing that.
Well, yeah, it would be an auditor, but the point is that it's an audit at the voting location on election night.
Okay, David.
Dave Bennett, Harris, Senate District 31. So in Harris County, the problem is not auditing to the machine. The machine counts. We've tested that. We go through that. The trouble is we can't audit to the precinct so that we can look at either the images or the real ballot and know that that's how many ballots were cast in that precinct. That's the problem we have in Harris County.
Are you referring to precinct level voting or?
Combined precinct level voting is what I would propose.
I'm not in opposition to that. We did that in Wilco for the primary. We had a lot of problems. I'd love to have another go at this apple and tell you about those and why that happened and what we should have done instead. I'm all for state law changing regarding countywide voting. Countywide voting is bad.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Next, we have Molly Goodson, Jim Davis on deck. Molly Goodson. Jim Davis. On deck, we'll have Sharon Hicks.
Thank you. Thank you for having me this afternoon. Just appreciate your service. And I wanted to speak to you, address the issue of the issue that I wanted to address this afternoon is the sexualization of Texas kids. We've been addressing the local school board there in Hayes County. I'm from Senate District 21. But we found that closing the remaining loopholes of SB 13 and SB 412 is an essential thing. And so I wanted to appeal to the committee members to address that issue. Seems that I actually addressed the superintendent May or April before that September when the bill SB 13 came into effect. And the superintendent told me that we had found a way to meet requirements of the law. And it seems that the books are more bait for the porno industry and pedophiles. And although SB 13 has barred the obscene and profane and indecent content in our public schools and libraries, and it's given parents that catalog access that's needful. And in SB 14 has stripped the educational purpose defense out of the penal code, 4324, which has been a major problem. And the school library advisory councils are still finding a way around these laws. So, yes.
Yeah, that's your time. Do we have any questions?
Levi Fuller, SD 14. I motion to extend time for 1 minute.
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have consensus.
Sir, you've got 1 minute, okay?
Okay. If we can close those loopholes that are being used, it would be greatly helpful. But if we can tighten the harmful material standards taken as a whole, the utterly without redeeming social value for minors that has been thrown up in front of us, the loopholes that the districts exploit would be greatly helpful. The American Library Association's Library Bill of Rights has basically circumvented the Texas law and undermined what SB 13 and SB 412 could do. So if we could get civil penalties, it would be greatly, if we just applied the same civil penalties that go on businesses and other people that promote pornographic and otherwise filthy literature and made some penalties, that would be greatly helpful to us. So I'd like to ask for the legislature to impose some penalties for the schools that are that are working loopholes around the law there. So
thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Any questions? Now we have Sharon Hicks and Will Campbell on deck.
Thank you, Sharon Hicks, Senate District 28. I am a newbie. This is my first time here, so bear with me. I'm also what you would probably call a moderate Republican. I'm here to speak in opposition to the ban on using taxpayer funds for lobbying. Government was formed to provide that which the citizens can't provide, and it's at the local, state, and the national level. And taking the grassroots level away from these people by saying they cannot use their taxpayer money to come to the state government, I think is an overreach. I think when you look at the word ban, that causes a lot of reason why when Lieutenant Governor Patrick said today, there's 19 counties that are red, and there's about 230 that are blue, and there's 230 that are red. We have to keep us red. And by the words of absolutes and bans, I think we negate that and we push people to the other side. I believe that the grassroots level, at the local level, should be able to say if they want to use their taxpayer money to fund lobbying, because if they can't fund their own lobbying, the only ones who can do it are businesses and private funds. So how do small communities, small counties, those people who don't have elected city council members that are paid, how do they come before you as a government and let you know what their desires are? There's different things that we can do, such as TML, the Texas Association of Counties, but the word ban, I think, is too broad.
All right.
Janera.
Janera Lewis, SD 27. Thank you. So, local government you're saying that citizens cannot and elected officials cannot lobby the government on their own?
No, ma'am, that is what you're pushing them to, but why would a business be able to use their private funds to come lobby, but the local level could not say, we want to use our taxpayer funds to do this? An absolute ban on that, I think, is too broad. I think you could do something along the lines of saying it takes a supermajority of a council to vote to utilize those taxpayer funds for a certain issue, whether it's water, property tax, or something of that. I think you could allow the TML group, the Texas Association of Counties, to do that. But you've got people in all the areas that I represent, they're all volunteers. They all have other jobs. They all have families. They're not paid like some, places are. And so they rely on the wisdom and the taxpayer money to bring their issues to you and to bring their positions to you.
Ma'am, are you aware?
No follow-ups, no follow-ups.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to Levi and then Dave.
Levi Rudder, SD 28. Correct me if any of my logic is wrong, but taxes are imposed on citizens, and then those taxes are used to progress a particular priority that maybe not everyone that the taxes are raised from agrees with. So what gives a government entity the authority to demand money from someone to support lobbying for legislation that not everyone agrees with?
Well, I think that goes back to the premise of the ban. When these people are property taxed, when that's a whole different discussion, their elected officials should know the collective wisdom and the collective thought process of that individual group. So at their local level, if they want to use it, that should be their premise. It should be their right to do that. What you're doing by saying a ban, you're substituting at the state level for all of the local levels that says this is not important to us. And I think that's not a prudent thing to do.
Dave.
Dave Bennett, Senate District 13. So I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm running for office, and I have a taxpayer-funded lobbyist running against me. And so my taxes are used against me, and I'm running for a position. And I don't see how we're going to make exceptions for one taxpayer-funded lobbyist to another taxpayer-funded lobbyist. We need to find other ways to fund what you're asking for, but not my taxes. And that's my position on that.
And I would submit to you, I wouldn't on the surface be opposed to that, but it has to be some substitution. It's no different than when you say, we want to ban property tax. Everybody wants to ban property tax, but how are you going to pay for everything that we're doing? What's the substitute? So I think in that regard, if you are making that premise, what is the substitute for that privilege and that right to come to their elected officials?
Got it. I can speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Will Campbell, and on deck, Jonathan Ramirez.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you all so much for all the work that you're putting in and everything that you guys are doing here. This is fantastic. I'm Will Campbell, delegate from SD 23, and I am also running for HD 109 for the Texas House. So full disclosure on that one. I just want to give you guys encouragement on eliminating property taxes and making that a priority. We have unbelievable momentum in this. It is now a national discussion that is going on. So it should be a priority. In addition to that, do know we have a plan for replacing the revenues that are needed at each level that ending property taxes would need to replace. I do have that plan. I'm more than happy to share that with you afterwards. It would take me a while to explain. I don't want to take up anybody else's time. But do know there is a plan. I'm drafting the legislation. I'm also drafting the legislation to get the constitutional amendment in order to actually complete the ban. So I want to encourage y'all to keep that a top priority and for it to be eliminating taxes. We have the answer to it, and I want to provide it to all of our candidates. The second thing is extending property rights to our data online. With the advent of AI, we have to be able to give the people of Texas the ability to hold all these companies responsible when they're using our data, our identity, and our image and likeness online against us. This also gives additional meat to the Take It Down law and other provisions and laws that exist now that allows them to be able to fight against these organizations instead of having to get attorneys and do all that. That can give them the ability to have control over how the data and things they create online can be controlled, and make sure they have the right to control it, and that AI can't just snatch it from somewhere and allow somebody to manipulate it in one form or fashion. So these are things I would like for you to consider as well whenever it comes to property rights, extending that to data online. And thank you very much for your time.
Any questions? Thank you so much.
Patrick Mongo on SD25. I just want to say I'd like to get the plan from you.
Wants to get the
Right
plan
here.
from you right over here.
Hello. It would take a lot of time.
No, later I'd like to get it.
Yeah, later. Absolutely. I'll hang out back here.
Okay. Okay, now we'll have Jonathan Ramirez and Melissa Katz on deck. Jonathan Ramirez.
Sorry, I'm reaching in front of you. Oh, because it's yours. So keep it coming for you.
Okay, Melissa Katz. And on deck, we have Carolyn Bryant.
Slide over.
Hi, I'm Melissa Katz from SD12. I'm a precinct chair in Dallas County. I want to thank all of y'all for all the time and work y'all do. It's a lot, and we're grateful. So I just want to say I'm here respectfully to express my opposition to countywide voting, and I know that's been discussed a lot, and to advocate for a return to precinct-based voting. At its core, precinct-based voting strengthens the integrity, transparency, accountability of our elections. When voters cast ballots in their assigned precincts, elections are administered on a smaller level, more manageable scale. This allows poll workers, who are often neighbors and community members, to better verify voter eligibility, ensure the correct ballot style is issued, and quickly identify and resolve irregularities. Countywide voting, by contrast, introduces unnecessary complexity and expense. It requires a heavy reliance on technology to generate the correct ballot for each voter at any location. When those systems fail, as we have seen in multiple jurisdictions, it can lead to long lines, voter frustration, incorrect ballots, and diminished confidence in the outcome. Precinct-based voting also enhances transparency. Results are reported at the precinct level, making it easier for candidates, parties, and the public to observe, audit, and verify the process. This decentralized approach reflects a fundamental principle. Trust is built when elections are close to the people. Additionally, precinct-based voting fosters civic engagement. It connects voters with their local communities, encourages participation not just in voting, but in the administration of elections themselves. This is not about limiting access. It's about ensuring accuracy, reliability, and public confidence. With proper planning, precinct-based systems can be both accessible and secure. In closing, I urge this committee to prioritize election integrity, transparency, and precinct-based voting. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have Carolyn Bryant and Molly Vogt on deck.
My doo-doo. Members of the committee, thank you for hearing this testimony. I am speaking today with urgency because the issues addressed in this plank, gain-of-function research, mRNA vaccine technology, and the intentional release of biological agents represents existential threats to the people of Texas. I speak as a licensed laboratory technician, a homeopathic medical professional, a sports nutritionist, a former athlete. I speak as a mother and a concerned citizen, and as someone who was banned from Facebook for speaking against the government's use of bioweapons on American people. Died suddenly That's what immediately comes to mind when we live in the nightmare of COVID-19 epidemic, the plandemic. Young, healthy athletes collapsing and dropping dead during and after competitions. Millions of people dying in hospitals due to the mRNA shots and the death-induced treatment. Soon after K through 12 schools, colleges, and professional teams forced everyone to take the jab. Healthy kids were required to undergo extensive cardiorhythmic testing before being cleared to play sports. Why? Because all of the sudden deaths were related to myocarditis and heart failure. Coincidence? I think not. The most well-known was the Buffalo Bills defensive back who literally died on live national TV and was later brought back to life. The standard time for clinical testing as regulated by law for the use of medical drugs and treatment did not apply to the mRNA vaccine nor any of the childhood vaccines on the market. They have been proven to contain dangerous metals and toxins causing everything from sterilization, menstrual abnormalities, low testosterone production in boys, food allergies, gender dysphoria, and more.
Do we have any questions? Thank you. Molly Vogt, and on deck, we have Jennifer Halbin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. I am Molly Vogt, Senate District 25, also State Director with American Energy Works. And as we know, energy is very, very important to us. It literally runs our lives. And it's under attack in America in many different ways. One way, of course, as you know, is cyber and EMP threats, and that is something we have to focus on. But we also have to care about, well, I know we care about, but we need to pay attention to affordability and reliability. And so what I have done is I have shared with Rachel Hale and some other members here on the committee just a few changes to the legislative priority number 6, secure the Texas grid. The verbiage that I have added really just revises a few things that strengthens the platform by replacing some of the undefined terms with measurable policy objectives. It explicitly advances 2 priorities that Texas cares about most: affordability and reliability. It aligns with current efforts to reduce transmission cost, uses ERCOT recognized reliability terminology, and makes it clear that dispatchable thermal reliable generation is being supported for the purpose of maintaining reliability during periods of peak demand and extreme weather. As you may or may not know, since Winter Storm Uri, we have doubled down on wind and solar, weather-dependent energy sources. Our electric grid right now, installed capacity is more than 50% wind and solar. This is in America. This is in Texas, where we sit on all this natural gas. We are paying more for our electric rates than any of our neighbors, which is insane, right? So we need to make a change to that. We want to value reliable, affordable energy sources that we have a plethora of. And one of the main things that is happening right now that we certainly want to put a stop to is the 765 transmission lines. As you know, these are going across the country, across the state, to take wind and solar to the Permian Basin. And that is going to cost us $100 billion once it's all done. Of course, we are all paying for that. So just some of the changes in the verbiage I'd love for you to take a look at, and I hope you will vote to make a change to edit these, because we want to make sure that our legislators know exactly what we need to do to reduce our cost and increase our reliability in Texas. Because right now, our electric bills, more than 50% of what we're paying is transmission cost. And if we don't make a change and stop putting on wind and solar and all the extra transmission for that, our rates are going to continue to go up. This is the greatest state in the entire world, and I just say God bless you and thanks so much for all you do. Let's be energy rich and keep it affordable. So let me know if you have any questions.
Dave Bennett, Senate District 13. So first, thank you for your program. I listen to it a lot.
Thank you.
You do a great job there, so thank you for that. And what you're asking for, I've already drafted for that, and it really was a minor change, but it was a good change. And so thank you for what you're doing, and I've got a draft, and hopefully we have enough time and I can get it in.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dave.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, Jennifer Halbin, and on deck, David Robertson.
Hi, Jennifer Holbein from SD7. My husband is a retired Air Force Reserves KC-135 pilot, and we both support the Defend the Guard bill, along with over 80% of Republicans that voted in the 2024 primary. I really appreciate the committee adding it to the end government overreach priority, and I'd also like to suggest open-ended language to that so that legislators can choose bills that end government overreach, and it's not just limited to certain items under the priority, and it's listed as examples. Also, having the Defend the Guard as a specific piece of legislation under this priority, I think will really help get this priority passed by the delegates, as it's been very popular as demonstrated in the recent primary.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
David Robertson, and on deck, Matt Holing. David Robertson. All right, then we'll have Matt Poling.
Thank you for your efficiency. I hadn't even prepared my notes yet. Thank you. Dr. Matt Poling, I'm at Senate District 5. I'm also a medical advisor for a group called Citizens for a Safe and Healthy Texas. And I'm here to encourage that Texas Republicans maintain our opposition to marijuana legalization and rescheduling. THC is an addictive chemical. A third of users of this substance, whether medical or recreational, actually meet criteria for addiction, which is far higher than for alcohol. It is the primary environmental factor in the development of schizophrenia and is a cause of other serious mental health injuries. Use of this substance dramatically increases the risk of diabetes, heart attacks, strokes, and multiple cancers. It's the number 2 substance implicated in car crashes. It's the number 1 substance implicated in child abuse and neglect fatalities here in the state of Texas. Further, I would encourage us to consider adding language in keeping with the Lieutenant Governor's directive to the Senate Health and Human Services Committee to examine the financial impact of marijuana consumption on the state. I think we should add language that includes promoting education of at-risk populations, including adolescents, young adults, pregnant women specifically. I think that would be in keeping with his mandate. Marijuana consumption is causing mental problems, physical problems, and under-recognized fiscal problems to our state budget, and we need to address that. Thank you.
Questions? Levi?
Levi Rutter, SD 28. I hear a lot of emotional pleas in what you bring up. The issue that I see is there is no attempt to try to prohibit it through a constitutional amendment to restrict individual liberties. I'm a strict constitutionalist, and just like we did with alcohol with the 18th Amendment, we did a constitutional amendment to prohibit it and then repealed it at the federal level. No similar action has been taken at the state level to prohibit it, and the courts try to say the state has plenary power. Are you one to think the state can regulate anything that the legislature puts out there, or is the state only allowed to do what the Constitution authorizes?
Well, I'm a medical doctor. Jurisprudence is not my strong suit. I will refer you to the Texas Supreme Court ruling finalized just last week, in which was ruled 9-0 that the State Department of Health Services does have that authority, has been invested constitutionally with that authority by the state legislature to regulate harmful products such as THC and whatever else the addiction industry tries to come up with next between sessions and while we're waiting for discussions of constitutional amendments.
Cindy?
Dr. Pauling, thank you for your good work on this issue. Can you expand a little bit on like what we know about other states and how much this costs them? And we do, just to note, marijuana is legal here. It's the THC product, illegal. It's the THC products coming out of hemp that we're still dealing with and want to get knocked out, right?
Yeah. So essentially none of what was promised with marijuana legalization has come to pass in any of the 24 states now that have fallen for that scheme. The black markets are thriving. The only thing it has brought is more marijuana. The argument that there's tax revenue involved, yes, it is easy to measure how much tax you're collecting from these marijuana companies. What's more difficult to measure is how much money is going out the back door in state expenses and trying to mitigate the many harms as I enumerated earlier. The best estimate that I've seen was Colorado. The Centennial Institute commissioned a study that predicted that Colorado would spend $4.50 for every dollar they took in tax revenue trying to mitigate the harms of marijuana. And in fact, I'll refer you to the recent, you can do an AI search of why does Colorado have a budget deficit? And depending on what AI program you're using, there's a pretty good chance it's going to tell you they have a budget deficit now due to lower than predicted tax income receipts and higher than predicted Medicaid spending, which is exactly what the researchers and scientists warned would happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. I will have Jonathan Ramirez and on deck, Heather Harris. Jonathan Ramirez.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jonathan Lee Ramirez. I'm a U.S. Army veteran with 2 combat deployments. I was deployed to Iraq in 06 to 07 and Afghanistan as well. And the whole reason for me coming here is to testify on behalf of support of Defend the Guard. So we'd like to see this pass for a couple of reasons. One, it gives power back to our governor. In a lot of ways, the executive branch has usurped power that it was not intended to have as intended by the framers of our glorious Constitution. And we would like to kind of curtail that and give that back to the states where it belongs. The other thing I would like to say is that our National Guard isn't supposed to be activated and federalized unless there's been an active war declared by Congress, and that's only happened 5 times in our history. And that wasn't the case for the last 2 times I was in combat. And I'd also like to share that our troops being away, our National Guard being away from their home, keeps them from handling the problems that matter the most. And Oregon, sorry. Oregon is a great example of that. Their engineers were overseas in Afghanistan, and they were unable to help with flooding and fires and things like that have happened. And so I think that we ought to use our National Guard for what they were intended to do, and then also help us shore up our border. That's all. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, now we'll have Heather Harris. And on deck, John Robertson.
Hi, my name is Heather Harris, and I'm from SD 22. I am wanting to speak to you guys about something that you've already heard quite a bit. I thank you first for listening to everyone and allowing the citizens of Texas to tell you what is most important to us. Data centers are a humongous deal in my area, especially because one is going in right down the road from where I just moved a year ago in rural Texas, where we are unincorporated and there is no one there to protect us from these people coming in and destroying our way of life. I wanted to tell you more importantly, though, about my neighbors who I've grown to know through this process. Mark and Mary are 80 years old. They're not able to be here today. They have put everything that they own into a homestead, a house, a wedding venue that they hope to make into something that they can do in the end of life that would bless other people and bring meaning to others. And their way of life is being threatened right now. Their life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness has come almost to an end right now because of the fact that this data center is coming in right next to their home with no parameters. I want to tell you about my friend Chris, who lives down the street from them. And he is not able to be here today either, but he and his wife saved up every nickel and dime that they could so that they could buy a little home out away from the city so that they could raise their kids in a rural environment. This data center would go in right across the fence from them, and they have no say about it whatsoever. Key, this data center, has come in and not told any of us what they were really doing. The only way we found out about it was because of a leak. Had we not known about that, we would have no recourse whatsoever, and we may not still. So I agree with everything that you guys have written so far, and I really appreciate the fact that you have written about it. I would also include, please, think about the real-life stories that this involves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Up next, John Robertson.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. John David Robertson, Precinct Chair 126, Travis County, practicing attorney for 15 years. When I held my precinct convention, I submitted a resolution for the Defend the Guard. And that resolution went up through multiple Senate districts. In fact, myself and many members of this body have been forwarding this and supporting this throughout the 4 days of this convention, temporarily. And now I am told that the actual language in the LP's report now does not reflect that will, and I am disappointed with that. Words matter. And this is how we get these things done in the legislature. This is how we are empowered to do so. And I would urge the committee to revert to the language that includes Defend the Guard as part of end government overreach. Words matter.
Any questions?
Yes, I do have a question. Have you read the temporary report that we approved last night? Because it does include Defend the Guard.
The most recent copy that I was provided with, and perhaps this is something that my knowledge can be clarified on, does not include the language that's necessary to allow me as an Austin area activist and leader to go down to the Capitol and make this happen. If I am mistaken, I'm happy to look at other language, but I was informed and that the language was changed and that the language now currently in the report does not do what it needs to do, nor what the will of the delegates has been expressed earlier this week.
Okay, well, let me read the language.
No,
okay.
Let's let Janera.
Right, Janera Lewis, SD 27, is the language you're looking for. Prohibit the deployment of the Texas National Guard into foreign combat unless Congress has formally declared war.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
I have a question too. Wouldn't I be the third, right?
Third.
Okay, great. Hey, I'm Destin Sensky from Senate District 10. First, it'd be a two-part question. First, what do you think of the more elaborate legislative priority report that we've put together, right, with a lot more detail and bullet points and stuff like that, relative to just 8 clear, clean-cut ones? And then my second kind of follow-up is, if we're going to have this much more elaborate list of stuff, especially as expansive as the one under government overreach, is this more important than the other stuff that we've already got there?
I'll take those questions in order.
That'll be just fine.
Yep. I personally believe that the more detailed you can be in terms of these legislative priorities, the better. It allows succinct and direct legislation to be drafted, to be agreed upon, to be debated without confusion, shall we say. So I am in support of the sub-bullets, the 8 priorities with some explanation, extrapolation of those items, right? I'm sorry, if you could repeat your second question.
Yeah, just with how much stuff, I feel like there's a lot under the government overreach. There's a ton of things that we could, go after. And so I guess my question maybe worded a little differently. Why is this something that deserves the same kind of attention and work from our lawmakers as the stuff that's already on that list?
Certainly, I think Defend the Guard relates directly to a very central constitutional issue between the federal government and the state government. And Texas has traditionally been an independent-leaning state. And when it comes to federal decisions being made for our fellow Texans, women, men, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, the priority needs to be Texas. Border security, enforcement of federal laws and missions within the borders of Texas itself. And should the needs of the nation arise to a point where Texas is called upon, then the federal government ought to do its job and say, yes, Texas, we are calling on you, we are declaring war. So yes, I think it is very important. I think obviously it's a passion of mine, as you can tell from my speech, and it needs to be part of the priorities.
Thank you.
John David, thank you for your testimony. It's much appreciated.
All right, up next we have Joe Palmer, and on deck, Carrie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm here to address the legislative priority issue that you've already discussed, the property tax related issue. There are 2 main competing proposals before this committee that address the question of the property tax system. The one we have advocated for is the strongest and most direct language, and which by far more closely matches the outcry of our delegates statewide, as expressed 3 times on primary ballots, proposition language, to eliminate the property tax system and replace it with something other than an income tax. It passed with rates of 65% in 2018, 75% in 2022, and 78% in 2024. This is not a personal request of mine. This is a request for you to implement the same language in the legislative priority that has been communicated to you clearly by the Republican primary voters. I want to address a few things that have been said in subcommittee by this group that are inaccurate. It was said by one of the main proponents of the incrementalist approach that there is no way to eliminate the property tax system without combinations of other taxes like sales tax plus others. What is this based on? Where did this come from? Please hold both systems to the same standard, the same scrutiny. Hold that system the same scrutiny that ours is. If I owed you $200 and you asked me when I was going to pay you back, and I said, I'm going to immediately develop and implement a transition plan to pay you back, would you trust me? Because that is the incrementalist language that has been pushed forward by advocates of that language. If you're paid to advocate for that, that's fine. But be receptive as a committee member to the delegates and to the primary voters for what they have told you that they want. Our language has been filed in the legislature 7 times. Steve Toth, Helen Kerwin, David Lowe, Terry Leo Wilson. Are they unreasonable? Are they not discerning? Support the clear, strong language. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chair,
Okay, Rachel, Destin, and did I have one more over here?
over here.
Janera. Rachel, Destin, Janera.
Okay, Rachel Hale, SD1. I'm really trying to understand. We're not creating legislation. That's for them to figure out the plan. And I'm trying to figure out how what we're offering here isn't as strong as you think it should be. When we say to immediately develop and implement a plan that eliminates property taxes and also gives a net tax so that they're not, so we're safeguarding that it's fine for you to cut property taxes, which is what we want, but we do not want you to skyrocket us somewhere else. We want that protection in there, is how I'm understanding all of this.
Sure.
And then we're adding even stronger things where we're requiring them to have fiscal discipline, zero-based budgeting, spending restraints at all levels of government, and a 2/3 voter approval to increase the overall tax burden, adopt no new debt, or exceed spending limits. And I'm not understanding what you think that how we have failed on this. Could you please tell us? But we're not creating legislation, and we've asked for elimination of property tax.
Sure, I don't want any members to feel like they have to defend their work product. I appreciate your work all week. I've been here with you all week as well. The deal is that I have spoken to advocates of that language, okay? And I have asked them, how do they propose to eliminate all of the rest of the property tax after they get what you're describing implemented successfully? Let's say they pass all that stuff in the legislature. How are you going to fix the rest of it? There is no answer given. The only solution that has the math to back it up, the figures to back it up, is ours, to switch from a property tax to a consumption tax. But your question, you're asking, how is it that your language is not as strong as what we're proposing? Very clear, very concise. Mr. Ramsey, very wise, very respected, came in here yesterday and made the good argument that I think was well received by this committee, that the clearer and the more simple you get the language, the less the legislators can interpret in different ways and file extraneous bills and still take credit and take the victory lap, to use that term. The pathway language, the pathway isn't long enough to give confidence as to the realistic possibility of completely eliminating the system itself. What you have as language now in your report will never eliminate the entire system. It will not. But in addition, very quickly, everything that you've listed as bullets, the Republican legislators, if they can fog a mirror, they know that we expect them to do that already. Most, if not all of those things have been in the platform for years, and they have not implemented them. So what do? Do we go weak? You either need to be an advocate for the Republican voters in this state, or you're going to be a gatekeeper for the elected officials. That's what that language is. It's protecting the elected officials.
I have a
It's
question.
not as strong as the simple language. Thank you.
Rolando Garcia, SD 15.
Rolando,
Yes.
we have Destin
Oh, I'm sorry.
and then Janera. Thank you.
Hey, Joe. Destin Sensky from Senate District 10. I'd just like to say, number one, I took the word transition out of the initial language that was moved upon at your recommendation, so that's no longer contained within the language that's being considered by the body. My question for you is just this. Do you think that there is a way to eliminate property taxes without addressing the runaway spending by both the state and local government systems? Thank you.
We can talk about the spending. I like a lot of the things that have been discussed about spending by this committee. But again, the instructions to the Republican legislatures on spending has been clear for many legislative sessions and many conventions. There have been bills to require 2/3 on school bonds. There have been bills to require disclosure of tax increase impact on $200,000, $300,000 homes in the ballot language. All of these attempts have failed. The joke among our 37,000 Facebook members is this: help is on the way. Help is always on the way from Senator Betancourt. Help is always on the way from people. But the fact is that these emails that I'm receiving are from 4 days ago, 3 days ago, people losing their homes. So what that means necessarily is that the reforms that have been implemented by the legislature all these years have not helped those people. One example, the language that required school districts to put "this is a tax increase" in all caps on the ballots. It took them 5 minutes to say, you know what, we'll just write a whole paragraph in all caps and we'll bury it in the middle. And then it takes another 2 years for the legislature to come back around because no special session to help us, and then they fix it again. And then the school districts outflank them again, and then, oh, we're going to fix it, we're going to get around to it. We just need to adopt the same language that the Republican voters have told you very clearly they want. I know you want to write a lot of stuff. I know you want to give a bunch of different things. There's advocacy, and then there's just simplicity. I just love a simplistic, strong, effective message. And this plank needs to be that.
Joe, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks for your question.
Sir, Janera Lewis, SD 27. Hello, thank you for testimony. So in the event your property tax is eliminated and then replaced with some sort of consumption tax, how does that cover, or how do you address the existing school debt?
That's a great question. That's actually the most important question and the biggest challenge faced. So as you well know, when a school district passes a bond, it is backed by your property taxes, but then it's further backed by the permanent school fund. In the bond language, it is stated that if both parties agree, the bondholders and the bond issuers agree, both parties can go back in and renegotiate the terms of those bonds. So you can change the bonds from being backed from property taxes to being backed by a consumption tax. And we could use the permanent school fund to offer a point of interest, to offer something to get them to come to the table and let us restructure those existing bond debts. You know, it's crazy. The permanent school fund, the Texas Permanent School Fund, there's $59 billion in there. I went through that entire portfolio. Some of that money is actually invested in California school bonds. Maybe Texas should invest in Texas school bonds, in Texas schools. So the money is there. The state is not poverty stricken, as we know, based on the surplus.
Okay, stuff I didn't know. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Move to extend by one more question.
Sorry. Speaking.
Rolando Garcia, SD 15. Move to extend by one question.
Second, Destin Sensky, Senate District 10.
All right, thank you. I'm trying to understand what the language is you wanted us to use. I appreciate your honesty in that, you know, as far as proposing a plan to eliminate property taxes by replacing it with consumption tax. Is that what you want us to put in the LP? Eliminate property taxes and replace it with the consumption tax?
No, if you were listening, so Republican voters have the language of the ballot, the propositions that Republican voters have adopted, up to 78% worth, is eliminate the property tax system and replace it with something other than an income tax.
But why don't you want us to?
Sorry, let me just go ahead and finish my answer. Just one second.
Rebuttal.
Just one second. If you want to make a motion to extend time, I'd be happy to answer more questions of yours. We're asking for the basic, simple language that is very clear and concise, that even a politician cannot find an excuse to misunderstand, which is eliminate the property tax system. All right? And there's no alarm here. There's no Rule 44 that's going to happen. The sky's not going to fall. We're just saying what it is that we want. That's the purpose of a political party, is to advance a commonly held ideology. And if 78% doesn't give you the idea that we have a commonly held ideology to get rid of this pervasive, impossible to levy efficiently, egregiously evil system of taxing and replace it with something that's manageable, replacing it with something that lets us have home ownership in our lifetime, then I don't know what to tell you. Like I said, we've got legislators that have filed this bill. What do you say to them? Are they not understanding?
Thank you.
Can I ask one follow-up?
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. That's going to conclude our public testimony. Thank you all so much for your efforts here this week. We appreciate you coming to let us hear from you. Thank you to the committee members for being open to what these delegates had to say. I appreciate you listening. And I just want to let you know that we had 199 testimonies this week, with 93% of those testimonies being first one-time testimonies. We had a few repeats, but most of those were, one-time testifiers. So thank you so much for being.
Madam Chairman.
Thank you, delegates.
Madam Chairman, should we get one more testimony so we have a flat 200?
Second. Somebody come up and talk about something. We're going to.
That's how nice we are.
Madam Chairman, Brian Fitzgerald, SD3. I would like to thank our esteemed board for all the hard work that they have done.
Thank you so much. Thank you to my team. All right, with that, we are going to take a 15-minute break. We are putting a timer on the screen, and you need to be back in your seat in 15 minutes. And you need to prepare yourself to work through dinner, whatever that's going to look like for you. But we are going to be here working until we have a final report to submit. Our deadline is 9 p.m. Thank you.
So, earlier, yeah. Wow.
You're just. I didn't get picked.
Okay, well, you
Love to have one of our seats here, ma'am.
add anything.
He's not
That's right.
anymore.
Just have eliminate delegates for it. Will claim they want us to. Doesn't want to get the old. So what that he doesn't. Something. She put me mid LP. It's very disingenuous.
I only watched yesterday.
Was it just you? This was the only time you bottom
For today, yes, because we have to finish our work and submit our final report by then. We're on a deadline if we have to stop the testimony and complete our report. 30. Oh, absolutely, yes, you're welcome to stay and answer.
just.
Serpents.
I don't understand.
Oh, no.
You think else because of the process of this. Yeah.
Yeah, that we haven't, I'm not in person. So.
Hell, you think you are?
It's turn off.
You're welcome to try and visit with a committee.
Oh, no, yes.
Do you have something you wanted to say to us? You get a copy? There are no copies. I was serious about getting one more person. You needed something to clear the palate after that.
Yeah.
I
have a question to commit with. I agree. Hi, this lady.
That's
They done. So what are they? Best.
Like I said,
Those refills so they can charge you. Yeah.
Back to
I gather. Yeah.
John Call.
All serious. Doing all your, it's a nice thing. I just. Thank you. I I'm just. You don't want to stay in there. And it's So, we'll see at 9 o'clock.
Okay, and we are going to be working from the box that is red. You'll see that we have some language to be considered in red.
But I can never find it. All right, we should tell them like it's pages. Oh, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I couldn't get mine to scroll anymore. Right. Get last four.
No, I thought we already did. I thought we already did that.
Yeah. All the way to the end and.
Yeah, I thought we already did the. Okay, thank you. I thought we did ours. I thought we put it in. Okay. Medical freedom? You get to eat dinner, you know.
It is. I ate, I have permanent. For the fourth. We're leaving next Monday. You're gonna be there.
We're started, guys. Come on. All right, Patrick,
Please clear the floor.
we have your language that you are looking to amend. So I will entertain a motion if you would like to choose one of those to start with. Yes,
Madam Chair, this is on, okay.
1 second.
Madam Chair, I move for us to take the next one in the order of which we approached them last night, which is the priority on abolishing the Texas lottery and preventing the expansion of gambling in Texas.
Seconded, Levi Fuller, SD 14.
I'm going to second.
Yeah, we did.
And Madam Vice Chair, the language I would like for the committee to consider
Point of order.
when the time is appropriate is on the old subcommittee bullet points document
Point of order.
with my initials in SD10.
It's over here.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry. Loretta, SD4. What did we do with medical freedom last night? Did we table it?
We tabled it.
Okay, and then we went to the Reform Texas House. Did we finish it?
No.
Did we work on it at all?
No.
That would be the next one in line then.
Yes.
My mistake, Madam Chair, I withdraw my motion because I thought that we had moved to adopt that. And I think you're right that we did not.
Tab is not green.
Well, that means we better revisit it right this second.
Thank you so much. All right.
I move for us to consider the priority on gambling and the Texas lottery next.
Lane Cook, SD 23. I move to adopt the wording in red as written.
Okay. Okay. We're going to finish medical freedom, and then we are going to move to reform the Texas House. And again, if you had language or amendments, we'd like you to paste those into the working document so that you are ready when you make your motion. We are not going to have anecdotes or a bunch of back and forth. We are getting this work finished. Patrick, go ahead and make your motion.
Can I have just a couple minutes? I'm trying to get it entered into there. Is it on the subcommittee bullet points?
He had all night. I believe we have it.
Madam Chairman, I made a motion to accept the wording on screen. Do we have a second?
Levi Fuller, SD 14, I second that.
Okay. Any opposition to the adoption of the language on screen?
Yes.
In the red box?
In red, right there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Rachel, I'm not seeing any new language on my sheet.
On medical freedom?
Correct. In red, I see and be given the right to directed.
That is what it is right now. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Who's speaking?
Paul Yamrick, SD 18. Are we also going to now wordsmith?
Number of points, but.
It's going to take more
We
time.
have to
An
finish
example is right to be
document.
directed instead of just to directed, not.
I need a clarification for a second. The wording in red was tabled because we were working on formatting. Cindy, can I get confirmation from you? Are you the one that's figuring out the wording in the is in red?
The
medical freedom.
Yes, and we could wordsmith it and say, I don't have it up, hang on, it just went.
Do you have wording to propose right now?
If I can get it open. Sorry, I thought there was one word that could change. And be, instead of given the right, be afforded the right, or, just have the right to direct it and have the right to direct it, ...
Okay, Elaine, you're trying to pass language that she's still working on. Can you withdraw your motion, let her finish wording, and then we can make a motion?
I withdraw.
Cindy, please tell me the exact wording.
Okay.
Madam Chair, my point of information, we're going to be wordsmithing or not?
Yes, we have to. This is our last time to do any of this.
And have the right to be directed, and the rest of it's fine.
Okay, verify that's correct.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right. Elaine, would you like to make your motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to accept the wording on screen at this time.
All right, do we have a second?
Seconded, Levi Fuller, SD 14.
Thank you. Do we have consensus on this language? Thank you.
Ma'am, it's not grammatically and medically correct to say it that way. We'll sound dumb.
Okay, well, we have, yeah, you,
She can make us sound smart. I pass.
Something to the effect of right to directed autologous and informed blood transfusion choices, but it's not to be directed. It's called directed autologous blood.
Yes.
It's not to be directed. That's not accurate.
Can you make a motion to change this language, please?
I move we change the language to take out the word be.
Lauren, do you have a motion for me?
Yes. A motion to fix the language. So
to read?
To read. One moment. And have the right to directed, autologous, and informed blood transfusion choices.
All right, 1 second while we get that on the screen, and then we'll need you to confirm it. Can you verify that?
Directed.
Right to directed, autologous, and informed blood transfusion choices.
And directed blood
Right to directed, comma,
blood transfusion.
autologous, comma, and informed blood transfusion choices.
Oh, here it is, here.
So just the word informed before the word blood donations.
Not the middle one.
Yours is on the end.
Okay, I'll come over
Okay,
there.
can you verify that's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Who said second?
Cindy Castilla, SD 12.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any discussion on this item? All right, thank you. Yes. And pass.
Oh, right here.
All right, do we have any further motions on this item, medical freedom? Okay, we're going to be moving on.
On point 6, it should be excuse me.
Speaking.
Steve Bro,
Thank you.
SD11, sorry. Patient and parental rights, colon, and then you can capitalize the must and move from there.
Okay, that's formatting and we'll clean that up. Thank you so much. Yeah. It's not a motion, it's just a cleanup on the format. Okay. Okay, do you have a motion to make the sequence after patient and parental rights a complete sentence? Motion?
I make a motion that we give the chair and vice chair the leeway to make non-substantive changes, but to make it a complete sentence.
I second the motion. I like complete sentences.
Okay, we have consensus.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate your trust. We have consensus. All right. Not hearing any further motions on medical freedom, we are now going to move to reform the Texas House.
Madam Chair, Dave Bennett, Senate District 13. So we took out the paragraph at the top, and we got rid of some things that were pretty important. And I make a motion that we put that back in. We had I don't know whether you've got that exact copy that we had taken out, but I make a motion to put that back in.
Paul Yamrick, SD18, seconded.
All right. Do you give us a second to try and find that language?
It's the AI version of it.
Yes, just one moment. So specifically, you want to return the preamble.
Wait, some change section.
I can mail it to you.
We have it.
Okay, good.
Yes, okay. We're going to ask you to verify the preamble part.
That's the wrong one.
It's medical freedom.
Starts off with to reform. Yes.
Okay, can you verify that that section is correct? Returning the preamble?
Yes, that's it.
And then what was the rest of your motion?
That was the only,
That was okay.
it.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Steve?
Thank you. Do we have any discussion?
I'd like to just say something for my motion.
Briefly, please.
Yes, briefly. It's just, there were a couple of things. One is form. This is the only LP we've got that doesn't have a preamble of a sort. And so there's a form issue. And then secondly, there were some things in it that just is missing from the rest, and so that's why I did it.
All right. Any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, we have consensus. All right.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any further motions on this item, reform the Texas House?
Jeff Russell, SD 31. I have two small ones. In point number 1, change the word prevent to prohibit the speaker. And then in point number 4, I would propose striking the first sentence. Stop awarding chairmanships to only the most moderate Republicans.
Does that appear correct?
Okay. Yeah. So. Loretta Emmons, SD4. I second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do you wish to speak on your motion?
Sure. One's just kind of technical. I don't know how we prevent anybody from doing anything, but we can prohibit them from doing it. The point number 4 is it seems really weak, and how do you define moderate Republicans? It seems almost kind of petty reading back through it. So I think we're in a really good place where we are without that sentence.
All right. Does anyone have any other further discussion? Speak against?
Yes, Ralph Height, SD7, I wish to speak against. The reason for having that sentence was that Ken King was chair of State Affairs, and he knocked out and didn't allow testimony or allow any of Republican legislative priorities to pass. Everything that went in front of him went in the trash can. So that was the reason for that, and give the delegates some red meat. So
do we
either you like it or you don't.
Do we have anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the motion? All right.
Elaine Cook, SD 23. I speak in favor of removing that. I agree, it's petty. It doesn't add to the impact of the statement.
Thank you. Do we have?
And I agree that King did lots of things that we didn't like.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who wishes to speak against the motion?
Madam Chair, may I point information?
Yes.
I am not going to make the motion, but I do believe that this may not be germane. And so I don't want to, we can vote on it, but I don't think it's germane.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, let's take the vote.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment.
Who's speaking?
Richard Henson, SD2. I would like to offer a friendly amendment that would replace the sentence with only award chairmanships to Republicans who adhere to the platform.
That's a good one.
Okay, friendly amendment. We're going to get that typed up, and then we will.
Second that.
Oh, we don't need a second, but we're going to make sure that our original motioner. Can you repeat that, Richard?
Only award chairmanships to Republicans who adhere to the platform. And rules.
I'm okay
Yes.
with accepting that.
To accept the friendly amendment. All right, great. Are we ready to vote? Yes, let's vote.
Can I speak against it?
Against the amendment?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the intent Rolando Garcia, SD 15. I appreciate the intent, which is more, this is a more precise definition than simply saying we won't appoint moderates. However, adhere to the platform, which would presumably mean adhering to every single plank of the platform. And if any of the 86 Republicans at any point do not adhere any of the 200 planks, and there's a couple planks that I don't agree with, and I won't adhere to them, they can't be chairman. That's a sort of a ridiculous standard, and which one can't be applied, and two will will allow for promiscuous Rule 44 violations.
Promiscuous, I like that word. Music.
Can't hear you. Mic's off.
You'll get your
If you are in favor of this motion, please raise your hand up high, keep it up, and don't put it down until we tell you to put your hand down. To include the word change in bullet point number 1 and the friendly amendment language that we now have in blue. So all in favor, please raise your hand. Up high. Okay. $12 ayes. Okay, and then I need you to raise your hand if you are a nay.
Nay. Yeah. Nobody, even the people on the platform.
If you're a nay, keep your hand up. If you're a nay, keep your hand up. So the nays have it with 13. There were only 12 ayes.
You're gonna go anyway.
It's actually.
Thank you so much. All right. Are there any further amendments or changes to this item, reform the Texas House?
Madam Chair, Julie Dahlberg, SD 21.
Yes.
Can we go back to that first part of that amendment that was made previously, change prevent to prohibit in line 1?
You'd like to change prevent to prohibit, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're going to get that up and let you verify it, and then I'll take a second. All right, is that correct, Julie?
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Paul Yamrick, SD 18, second.
All right, we have a second. Do we have any discussion on this motion, or do we have consensus? All right, looks like we have consensus here. Thank you very much. Are there any other motions on this item, reform the Texas House?
Julie Dahlberg, SD 21.
Yes.
I would like to amend number 4 by removing that first sentence like we did a moment ago.
Okay,
Just
so
remove
strike
that sentence.
the first sentence. No. One moment. All right, does that appear correct?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I have a second?
Elaine Cook, SD 23, second.
All right, do we need any
Again.
discussion, or do we have consensus to strike this sentence from the language? All right, looks like we have consensus. Thank you so much. Do we have any further motion on reform the Texas House? All right, wonderful. Thank you. Let's move on to the next item.
Madam Chairwoman.
Who's speaking?
Paula McGee, SD 26. I'm sorry, just a question. I think it goes to what was pointed out earlier. Are you all going to correct typos and
Yes.
things like that? Because there's a couple in this section.
If there's something that jump out at you, go ahead and let us know.
In the third line, there's a period after the word caucus. I think it should be a comma.
Thank you.
And the next line, Democratic Party is misspelled. Party, it needs a T. And then in number 2, extraordinary, no extraordinary powers, that word is misspelled.
Thank you. Yes, that's very helpful to expedite at the end when we start making the document. Thank you. All right, so that item is finished, and we are going to move on to no gambling.
J. Castro, SD 29. I would like to make a motion to adopt my language. I added it to the subcommittee bullet points.
Okay, one moment while we get it over into this document, and
Thank
then
you.
we'll need you to verify.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Hey, Jay, is it the expand the Texas constitutional?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, can you review? Perfect. Okay.
Just have one vote.
So, yes. Is there a second to adopt the language in column C, row 8?
Patrick Von SD 25, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, well, let me just refer to the other document. Give me 1 second. So the other document, we have 3, and I believe that I cover all 3 within that one, leaving nothing out, which is, and I do feel like this wording really does show the sentiment behind what people want. Because every time we've had people stand and give testimony, one of the number one things that they talk about when it comes to gambling is the Texas lottery and pari-mutuel wagering.
All right, thank you. Do we have any further discussion on this motion?
Point of information, are we deleting points 1 and 2 and just making that 1?
This would replace that language. That is the motion. Destin.
I move to amend the language being considered with what is found in C 28 of the subcommittee bullet points document.
So first we need to adopt which one, and then we can amend.
Oh, I thought we had already adopted.
No, sir, we have not adopted yet.
Great.
So do we have any further discussion on adopting the language in column C, row 6?
I would speak against because I think there's additional language that warrants our consideration.
Any further discussion? All right, then we're going to vote. If you are in favor of adopting the language in column C, row 6, to read, expand the Texas constitutional ban on predatory gambling to include parimutuel wagering and the Texas lottery. If you are in favor of adopting this language, to start with, and can be amended, just want to make that clear, please raise your hand. Raise it high so I can see. We have 7 ayes, and so the motion fails. I'll entertain another motion.
May I move to consider the language on the subcommittee's bullet point stock in cell C28 for the consideration of the committee to start with on this priority?
I second.
One moment while we get it loaded. Who seconds? Cindy?
Cindy Castilla, SD 12, second.
This one weighs.
Jay Castro, SD 29, I would like to make a friendly amendment.
Not yet. We have to adopt it first.
Oh, I thought it was
We can
adopted.
amend. No, ma'am.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I would love to.
Briefly.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, this language addresses a serious government corruption scandal explicitly, primarily, and first. It also addresses efforts to expand gambling in Texas, which are increasing all the time, and communicates a really strong message to our lawmakers to uphold our current ban. And then lastly, there's language there to address forms of gambling that are circumventing our constitutional prohibition, many of which have been addressed in testimony. And so this bill shortly and succinctly and explicitly addresses the things that I think are most important for our lawmakers to consider when dealing with this problem. Thank you.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion?
Point of information, Madam Chair. Patrick Van Olen's SD 25 to the author. Would this include legalized casino gambling, where it most likely will be entered into parimutuel wagering locations?
Can you please explain what you mean?
One of the efforts going on, starting a few years ago and growing, is a push to legalize casino gambling in the state of Texas. And most likely, one of the first places they'll go to is parimutuel wagering in locations. And so my question to you is, would this include those entities, in your opinion, in the language you have here?
So I believe you're referring to the 2 horse racing facilities that remain in Texas, one here in Houston and one in either Arlington or Grand Prairie. It's right on the line. Those 2 facilities are not profitable, and the only real reason, candidly, that they're still around is because they hope that when we do perhaps lift our constitutional ban on slot machines, that they will be a part of the package that allows them on their facilities to make them profitable again. The current plans that have been considered, to my knowledge, and I've spent a lot of time on this, by the legislature, seek to include 6 to 8 enormous world-class casinos with slot machines throughout, to basically an oligarchy of the highest bidders. And I've not seen evidence that suggests that either of those 2 horse racing facilities are in contention for one of those 6 to 8 different facilities that they would allow. So I hope if that doesn't answer your question, I'm happy to elaborate further.
Okay, just in regards to the legalized casino gambling, and those facilities that would be the first 6, would those be included in here in the ban? In the constitutional ban?
For sure. Our constitutional ban right now does not allow casinos, brick and mortar or otherwise, to operate. Now, there are what appear to be slot machines that you can see even here in Harris County in a gas station or whatever. And the loophole being exploited that we address in my language is historic horse race technology, which assigns previous races from years ago to different combinations of symbols and colors. So I think either way, what you're getting at is addressed by the language here.
And while you see the 6 and those 2 have not applied for or wouldn't be on the list right now, doesn't mean that they wouldn't. So the question is, if pari-mutuel wagering, the horse tracks that are there with legalized gambling could easily apply. So would they be included here, or do they need specific language?
There's no specific language that would prevent the horse racing tracks from applying that would not be applicable to, like, this George R. Brown Convention Center or the restaurant across the street. So they would have to go through the same process as anybody else in order to apply for one of the hypothetical licenses that the state of Texas may offer.
Okay, we need to move along. So we have a motion.
Quick point of information again for Destin. Would this also cover prediction markets?
It has been testified to us before this committee that perhaps prediction markets are a flagrant example of somebody who is diligently needing to have a loophole closed because they're exploiting our constitutional law and prohibition on gambling.
All right, perfect. Any further discussion on the adoption of this language in column D, row 6? Do we have consensus on this language? All right, great. Thank you so much.
There you go.
Paul?
Paul Yamrick, SD 18, making motion to add some language about may include pari-mutuel betting and prediction markets.
I second that, JS 20. Okay.
Okay. Let us get that typed up, and then you can verify that it's correct. May include. Where did you want to place that, Paul?
We didn't replace all the words.
So I am just going to take care of a housekeeping while he figures that out. I've just been informed that our temporary report that we made last night is now available on the About page of the convention website. So if you wanted to look at that language, you can, and please tell all your friends. But remember, it's temporary.
So that language would be added.
Where did you want to place the language?
At the end?
Just at the end, okay. And can you repeat it one more time, please?
Well, I'm sorry, not at the end. Diligently to close loopholes.
You to use the microphone, we can't hear you.
Diligently to close loopholes such as pari-mutuel betting and prediction markets. That's the right place?
No, I think it would be at the end.
I'm sorry. I have to reread it. At the end. After law. Such as. Thank you.
Prediction markets.
Pari-mutuel betting and prediction markets.
Thank you.
Thank you. Prediction markets.
Predictive.
No, prediction markets.
All right, does that appear correct? Does that appear correct?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I move to amend.
Have a motion to amend?
Please strike such as pari-mutuel betting and prediction markets. And then next to the words to close loopholes, please add and exceptions being exploited to circumvent Texas law. I believe that language would satisfy both, and I'm happy to explain further if need be.
It is not a friendly amendment. I want the word pari-mutuel betting in there so people see it.
Okay.
Right, so the author does not accept the amendment. Thank you. All right, we have further discussion on
May I
this
speak in favor?
item?
It's my amendment.
Yes. Wait, he's going to speak in favor of his motion. Thank you.
Okay, parimutuel betting is in 4 locations in Texas currently, not 2. It is specifically licensed by the state, giving priority to those 4 locations. Such what may happen during casinos. I think it just needs to be ended. So, thank you.
May I speak in support of my amendment?
No, there's someone before you. Janera, did you wish to speak against the motion? Against?
Yes, we'll call it against. Okay, so Janera Lewis, SD 27.
Madam Chair, that would be 2 against. It's my motion to amend. Paul spoke against just now.
Oh, okay.
Janera is rising to speak against.
He did not accept your friendly amendment, correct?
When we moved to amend, it was seconded. So the motion to amend is up for a vote.
Okay.
Sorry?
And not taken a consensus to adopt the red language yet, so it was a friendly amendment at that point.
Okay, so
Favor of his motion, because he never got to speak in favor before you tried to do a friendly amendment.
so he has to accept my amendment?
As the author of this, he would need to accept your friendly amendment.
Okay.
And he did not.
Okay. So the motion now is the red language before us.
Correct. And he spoke in favor
Okay.
of his motion, and now we're going to hear Janera speak against. And
Madam Chair and
would you like
executive
to
team,
speak?
thank you for that explanation.
Okay, thank you. Janera Lewis, SD 27, this is kind of an against. So prediction markets, we know, are not actually, I understand they're gambling, but they're technically derivatives, and they're federally regulated. So I understand we want them to go away, and we want to draw attention to it to Texas, but if we put something federally related, we could appear to be not just ignorant, but it might water this down. So if we just said, if we went back to the other predatory gambling, I would just like to, I make a motion really to.
No, that is.
No, we do not. I speak against this because prediction markets are derivatives. And I would like to see it eliminated, just prediction markets. Thank you.
Janera, can I take it as a friendly amendment to drop prediction markets?
Yes, ma'am, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so Janera, you're making a friendly amendment.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you say your friendly amendment so we can get it typed in?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to replace prediction markets with other predatory gambling.
And I accept the friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. Second, let us verify that it's correct.
That is correct.
I'll read such as parimutuel betting and other predatory gambling.
Yes.
Yes.
Any further discussion on this motion?
May I speak against, please?
We just had an against, so we would need a 4.
I thought it was a friendly amendment.
Yes.
How was that against?
Started again.
She spoke against and then made a friendly amendment. So now you want to speak against your friendly amendment?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm so sorry for we're like inception
We are
levels
going
deep
to
here.
get there.
I would just like to point out that this is redundant, number one. Number two, the other 2 forms of parimutuel betting that are allowed in the state of Texas is a casino, if you can call it that engages in level 2 gambling in Eagle Pass, where non-monetary prizes are exchanged for the gambling of what appears to be a casino, and they walk across the street and exchange it for pieces of silver. And there's another one in Livingston, not far from here. Guys, this is Class 2 gaming. I agree that it's just as degenerate and reprehensible as every other form of predatory gambling, but it's distracting from the intention of the bill, which is to deal with a scandal-plagued government program and monopoly on predatory gambling in Texas, and every other form of predatory gambling which is now defined in the Texas platform and the loopholes and exceptions, which are likewise now identified in length and with great detail in the platform. It needs to be no longer than it was as originally brought, and I understand the willingness and earnestness to engage with the parimutuel problem, which is a form of gambling, but I want us to be specific to the lawmakers and not in a way that distracts from the intention of the spirit of the original language. So thank you.
Okay, do we have anyone who wishes to speak for this motion we currently have in front of us?
And can I address his point?
No, you may speak for.
I would say just such as is not redundant. Your
We're
wording-
not doing
original wording is
rebuttals. We're only speaking in favor or against. Okay. Any further discussion?
Can I speak against, since he just spoke for?
Yes.
Rolando Garcia, SD 15. Please keep in mind that what we approve here does not automatically become an LP. It has to be voted by the delegates. We had an anti-gambling LP in our report 2 years ago. It failed to make the top 8. I believe the more that we're adding to it, we increase the chances that this will not make the top 8. So if you actually care about stopping casinos and ending the lottery, you do not want to clutter it up with other things that will cause delegates to vote against it.
You're here. All right. Is there any further discussion on the motion before us? All right, then I think we're ready to vote. If you are in favor of adding the language such as parimutuel betting and other predatory gambling, raise your hand. Please raise your hand, keep it high, and don't put it down until we get an accurate count. Thank you.
Just voting against my own stuff.
We have 6 ayes, or I'm sorry.
It doesn't need to be there.
Okay, everyone, if you're for it, put your hand up. And leave it up. Don't move. Okay, with 7 ayes, the motion fails. We're now back to our original language. Are we satisfied with this language? Do we have consensus?
Point of information.
Yes.
What about including in there to abolish it through the legislative process, but to propose a constitutional amendment to permanently ban gambling? And specifically to the Texas lottery, because it was added by constitutional amendment in 1991, so you could do a, to rescind that exception.
Levi, thank you for that question. It's actually a very astute question. So currently, the Texas legislature has prescribed for us to consider and study the Texas lottery for 2 years and then consider once again in 2029 to sunset it. Now, that is option number 1 for us to eliminate the Texas lottery. Option number 2, as Senator Bob Hall has described, would be to simply offer a bill that eliminates the program of the Texas lottery. The third option would be a constitutional amendment to prohibit the state from operating a lottery going forward. Those are the 3 different options. I do not intend to prescribe which of the 3 because I'm an equal opportunity Texas lottery abolitionist.
Great question. Thank you. All right. Are we in consensus on this item? Yes. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Okay. And we
Hey, Dustin, I just have a quick question. When you have abolished the Texas lottery / stop predatory, is that the new title?
That was I'm sorry, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. That is a motion to change the title of our priority.
Perfect, okay.
I hope she
said a consensus.
Okay, can we just confirm that we have consensus on that? Excellent, thank you. All right, so while she finishes those edits, prepare yourself to move on to courtroom integrity.
Madam Chair, Paula McGee, SD 26. Can I just point out a typo?
Absolutely, thank you.
Constitutional has too many T's.
Thank you, Paula, for catching my sleep deprivation in action.
We're all running on fumes right now, so yes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to motion that we go.
Hold on, we're not ready for a motion. Just hold on to it 1 second. Or finish this item and then we will be able to do that. Okay, go ahead.
That we go back to in-government overreach to consider a revision, since this was the first time that.
Yes, we are going to finish the items that we have not gotten to, and then we will come back to the items that we've already approved in this committee.
So, point of order.
Yes.
Today is a brand-new committee, because this is the permanent committee and it was a temporary before. So I know the body has worked on this extensively before. If we were to go back and my verbiage is adopted, it would also not need to raise other stuff in the sections we have not yet addressed.
No, that is not what we have agreed to as a committee, that we are going to work through and finish, and then we are going to come back to other items that we want to revisit, because we have two more items that we need to finish, and then we can come back.
It would just cause a redundancy, and but I would put a motion out to suspend the rules and to allow us to go back to the one.
Do you have a second? No second, thank you. Okay, so we are ready to work on courtroom integrity. So the first thing we're going to do is adopt a section of language, and then we can work on it. So do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, Aileen Blakowski, SD 30. I would like to motion to start with language that was proposed in the working document yesterday.
I was just going to ask that before we, I know several of you guys have wording for courtroom integrity. Is any of that wording starting language as a whole? If it's amendments, that's different. If it's like the original whole priority, that's what I'm looking for right now.
It was not
Yes, ma'am.
written as a whole.
Steve Bro, SD 11.
Yes.
I've already last night gave you the wording for point number 6 that I would like to see.
That's an amendment, right? I'm looking for if someone has a whole priority to just get started, and then we will make amendments. I just don't want to miss anything.
Okay, so no one has an alternative package that they want to put forward as a motion. We're going to start with what we have here on the screen, and then we will go through your amendments. Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt the language currently displayed?
Levi Fuller, SD 14. I move to adopt the language currently displayed.
Second.
SD 27.
Thank you. Any further discussion? We have consensus on this language. Thank you. All right, now we can begin with amendments.
Aileen Blakowski, SD 30. I would like to propose the amendments from the working document.
All right, one moment while we get that queued up.
Oh, which one? So we're going to.
Be looking
Eileen?
Yes.
Remind me where, is it an email or the document?
It should have been in a document, in the working document.
Okay, and it was in column E, correct?
I believe so.
Can you verify that it's there now?
Sorry. I'm going to need to, it's subcommittee bullets, yes? Where, Nope, working copy.
Am I just missing it, or is it not there?
Hold on a minute. You know what? I took a screenshot of it yesterday, so I'm going to have to look for it. You might need to go to maybe the next priority, and I will go look for it. I'm sorry.
Perfect.
It should have been here.
Thank you. Do I have someone else who wishes to present a motion?
Yes, Steve Bro, SD11. I sent the wording earlier, actually last night, and it is the legislation shall enact legislation requiring the judiciary to apply a strong presumption that any government action burdening individual liberty is unconstitutional. And then there's further words going on. I'll wait until it's on the...
Yes, sir. Let us get it loaded up, and then we'll see if you got a second. All right. Can you verify that's your correct language?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Janera Lewis, SD27. Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Working very diligently to get wording correctly to help our legislature. But regardless of what the legislature does, if the judiciary does not follow the intent of the legislation that was put forth, it makes it difficult for us to get anything really done, and that is what this drives.
All right. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the motion?
Levi Fuller, SD 14. The first sentence, requiring the judiciary to apply a strong presumption that any governmental action, what it'll do is it creates a presumption that then prosecutors have to rebut. That means that every single criminal case, including murder, child abuse, sexual assault, child pornography, will then be directly appealed on a facial constitutional challenge to the Court of Criminal Appeals. If we are in a civil action in a civil court, you then orders discovery, I will immediately appeal that to the Supreme Court of Texas for every single case. On the third sentence, courts shall resolve all doubts in favor of liberty and shall not defer to legislative or executive findings, will mean that no statute, civil, criminal, statutory, otherwise, anything to do with statutes will not exist. So I speak in opposition to this wholeheartedly.
Levi, I think you understood the intent.
Can you say your name and SD?
I'm sorry, Steve Bro, SD11. I think that, or I hope that you can understand the intent of what was trying to be written. How would you suggest that it be written to get that intent?
Levi Fuller, SD 14, point of information. I don't know. This was brought to me yesterday by my colleague, and I would need, as a lawyer who's practiced for 13 years, I would need probably 6 months to figure that out. And I love the spirit of this. I understand what everybody's trying to do. I just don't know how to solve that. I don't know how to make this work.
Okay. Would you like to take a vote on this motion?
Point of information,
Who's speaking?
Levi Rudders, SD 28. Is it just a general fear that because it's an unknown, or can you articulate a specific issue with it and why the government shouldn't have to articulate the constitutional basis it does for everything?
I'm sorry, say that last sentence one more time.
Is there a specific reason why the government shouldn't have to point to and justify its actions? I said it right the first time.
That's all right. Steve Bro, SD11. With what has been going on with district judges throughout this country and in Texas, there has to be a methodology in which to rein in some of the...
Hold on, was that addressed to me or to him? Because it kind of seemed like he was asking me, and then now he's speaking in favor of the...
Sorry, Levi R., were you addressing Levi F. or Steve?
Well, it was to Levi.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Just quickly repeat your question.
It was a point of information, yes.
Can you...
You said, or it came across as if there's just some general fear of not being sure of how this would get implemented.
No, it is an absolute certainty that I know for an absolute fact. You have a presumption of innocence that every criminal prosecutor has to rebut at trial. What I'm telling you is that under the Court of Criminal Procedure, right now, a facial constitution that is valid has to go to the Court of Criminal Appeals. So every single crime, every prosecutor, every defendant will say, this is unconstitutional. We will be litigating every single criminal case at the Court of Criminal Appeals. The system will come to a halt. Criminals will walk free. And then, because then you're going to have a Sixth Amendment right to a speedy trial, they're going to walk out of the courtroom because you're not getting to trial quickly enough. It is an absolute fact.
All right, we are going to,
Madam?
yes.
Steve Bro, SD11. I'm not a lawyer. I don't pretend to be a lawyer, and I don't play one on TV. So therefore, I will withdraw this proposal, this amendment.
Thank you very much. The whole entire
Yes,
item.
ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you for your clarification.
Madam Chairwoman, can I go back to my amendment, proposed amendment? Aileen Blakowski, SD 30.
And then I'll come to you next. And I believe we have your language ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and make your motion.
I'd like to make a motion to add the language in column D to replace, well, let's see, I'm sorry, courtroom personnel reform will be the new title for item 5 and the new content. And item 6 will be judicial complaint filing freedom. I'll wait.
So you'd like to replace the language in item 5?
Replace the language in item 5 with courtroom personnel reform text, and item 6 will be judicial complaint filing freedom.
And you wish to tackle these as one motion or two separate motions?
We could do them together, I think.
Okay, just want to clarify.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Levi Fuller, SD 14, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We're going to let it get loaded so that you can verify that it's correct, and then you will speak to your motion, please. Does that appear correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, speak to your motion, please.
Just briefly, this is in response to what we heard from some of our testifiers. We had 2 judges and representatives come and discuss the crisis in our courts, that people don't have access to the courts because they can't afford legal counsel. And so this allows a pathway for qualified paraprofessionals to gain access to the courts and represent people. And then number 6 clearly is just a matter of access to filing complaints, making that accessible to more people around the state.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion on this motion before you? All right, looks like we are in consensus to accept this language. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
One second.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Let her finish this item, and then I'm coming right to you. All right, go ahead.
Paul Yamrick, SD 18. I'd like to rename this as Strengthen Justice from Courtroom Integrity.
So change the name of the priority from courtroom integrity to strengthen justice. Do I have a second?
Second, Destin Sensky, Senate District 10.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, well, yes. Not all of these are in the courtroom. Could be. We are giving the Attorney General some authority, and it's justice, and there's justice in the courtroom. I think it's just a cleaner wording.
All right. Do we have any further discussion, or are we in consensus on this title?
You're fine.
We are in consensus. All right. Do we have any further motions on this item now?
Levi,
Madam Chairman. Justice. Yes.
Levi Rudders, SD 28. I would move to amend number 3 It says require audio and video recordings of all courtroom proceedings. I would like to add free of cost to ensure public access and accountability.
All right, let us get it loaded and then you'll verify that it's correct. Is it, look on your screen? Do you see your language? Is that correct? All right, do I have a second?
Point of information.
Yes.
To the author. I think what you're going for is that they would have access to this information without having to pay to access it. The way it's written now, it's almost like these services are going to be provided at no cost, which we know there will be some cost. It seems a little bit awkwardly worded.
Do you have a friendly amendment?
Levi Fuller, SD 14, I've got a friendly amendment. Would you accept after cost to the public?
Free of cost to the public?
My original understanding was, so it wasn't like having to pay for transcripts and stuff to the parties. So the parties, this was mainly for the parties, but the person who has done most of the work to get this, I think that would be agreeable to.
Okay, so you're agreeable to changing the language to free of cost to the public?
Yes.
The Levi's are in consensus.
Thank you. All right. I just need to verify that that's correct. Levi
Oh.
and Levi?
Levi Fuller thinks that's correct.
All right. Do we have any further discussion on this motion? Okay, we have consensus on this item. Thank you.
Excuse me,
very
Madam
much.
Chairwoman. I was going to tell you that if it matters, do you need a plank? Or that's later. Do you need a plank to go with that? It has been added to the planks.
Sorry, you're just verifying that it, or informing us that it has been added to the planks or that it has not?
Yes, the courtroom personnel reform has been added
great.
to plank
Thank you.
26B if you would like to add it.
26B?
Yes, if that's agreeable to the committee.
That is agreeable and a great reminder that if we don't have a plank attached to an item, that's something that you can actively be working as we're wrapping up here.
Madam Chair,
26B? 26B.
point of information, how would you like us to communicate with you, the executive team, about what planks belong where? Is a comment appropriate? Do we have comment permission on phase 2 document?
Okay. I was just looking. I didn't.
my title.
Okay. Will you discuss a way for us to get that to you,
Yes.
please?
Yes. Okay. Gonna come to you.
Point of information for the vice chair, is the name of this tab been changed?
Strength and justice?
I see courtroom integrity, don't see.
Was it strengthen courtroom justice?
No.
No, it did not have courtroom because we discussed the fact that it doesn't always include
Thank
the
you.
courtroom in
It's
this
the
item, so it says
it
strength and
updates the tab,
justice.
my mistake.
That's okay. Okay,
Okay, no one do anything to phase 2 right now. Destin, can you run a trial run for us and see if you can just comment without actually touching the wording of any of the document? Does that make sense?
I need to go back and go
Please check B2,
See it? Can you,
B3.
I see your comment. Can you attempt to type in that field for me real quick? Sorry, I know this is detailed, but it is super important. Okay, so what I've just learned, you should be able to leave comments. Dustin, do you want to explain to them? I'm assuming it's just a right click, right?
Yeah, right click on the cell you want to leave a comment, and scroll down to the bottom and it says comment, and it should allow you to leave some language there. So just put planks XYZ and then hit OK.
Oh, yeah, only for planks, no edits. Please just leave planks there. Actually, but even if you're on a different tab and you like, if another one is your baby and you know that there's planks for that, you can work within the whole document so that we can plug those planks in at the end during editing. Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chairman, are we ready for a motion to change some any language?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Dan. I didn't, okay.
Dan Tully, SD9. In the very first line there where it says to restore courtroom integrity, can we do, what was the word in the revised title?
Strengthen justice.
Strengthen justice.
And we use strengthen courtroom integrity instead of restore. Restore implies that everything is busted and you had to go fix it. What we're really doing is asking to strengthen that, the courtroom integrity. Or we'd use the word improve, but I like strengthen.
Well, make a choice so we can get a
Strengthen.
motion. Okay, so to strengthen courtroom integrity. Let us get it on there and then we'll verify and go through. All right, is that correct? Yes. Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Brian Fitzgerald, SD3. I second that motion.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this item? Looks like we have a consensus. Thank you. Are there any further motions on this tab, strengthen justice? All right, then we have consensus on this item, and we will be moving over to regulate AI. So the first thing we're going to need to do is adopt a language package, and then we can move to amendments or changes. So do I have a motion? First off, is there any other language or package that anyone wishes to consider?
We didn't give it. Get a brand.
Okay, so we have the one on the screen only. Do I have a motion to adopt the language on the screen?
I'll make a motion to adopt the language on the screen.
Retta makes a motion to adopt.
Jeff Russell, SD 31 second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do you wish to speak to your motion or?
I think this is great language.
All right, any further discussion on adopting this as our beginning language to begin crafting? All right, looks like we have consensus to adopt this language. Now would be the time if you have amendments or proposed changes.
I got to do.
Dan.
In federal, are we finished with this one? I'm sorry.
No, we're not finished.
I'm sorry.
Ready to start.
We are on regulate AI.
Drawn.
Okay, Dan.
I think we need to, with some of the testimony that came in here about what's in the detail down in here to make it all work, I think it needs to be regulate AI and data centers, or at least AI data centers. That way we can get in to deal with because it talks about down in the MUDs and giving counties responsibility and things of that nature. Just regulate AI. AI is a programming language, whereas all the stuff down below it.
Okay,
is the
do
other
you
way.
have a motion?
A motion to change it to AI and data centers, to regulate AI and data centers as it's typed in
Okay.
there on line 8.
Let us get that in. You can verify, and then we'll see if we have a second.
Now for a friendly amendment, Aileen Blakowski, SD 30.
Sorry, I need a second before we can start
Second.
amending. Okay, Levi R. seconds. Right? Do I have a friendly amendment?
Friendly amendment, SD 30, Aileen Blakowski, regulate impacts of AI and data centers.
Regulate impacts of AI and data centers. Are you agreeable?
Sounds good.
Thank you. All right, so let us get that. Can you repeat that one more time, Aileen?
Regulate impacts with an S of AI and data centers.
Of Is that correct? Okay. So do we have any further discussion on changing the name of this priority? Paul?
I would vote against this.
Okay, so you're speaking against,
Against.
all right.
Show me in here where it's regulating AI in any bullet point. 5?
Hold,
Well, that's
okay.
kinda, not AI
Are you
itself.
finished
We already
speaking
have it.
against? We're not going to do all of this. We're going to speak against, and then we're going to have. Does anyone wish to speak for this motion?
Aileen Blakowski, SD30. I think what we're doing in these bullet points are regulating the impacts on the human community and the community of these AI centers, AI data centers. So I think the title now perfectly reflects what is in the bullet points.
Do you have anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? All right, we're going to take a vote then. If you are in favor of changing the title from Regulate AI to Regulate Impacts of AI and Data Centers, please raise your hand and keep it up and don't move.
We do. Should you say regular?
With 20 ayes, 21 ayes, the motion passes. Do we have any further amendments or changes to the language? Jeff?
I have kind of an amendment and a question for the group. Should we move number 5 over to the government overreach tab?
Okay, I have a motion to move number 5 over to the In Government Overreach tab. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion. Dan Tully, SD9.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Just seems like it fits a lot better there, particularly with the title change of this section.
Do we have anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? All right, seeing none, it looks like we have consensus. One moment while we get that over to the other tab. Okay, and you wanted to make that another bullet point? Okay. Okay. Do we have discussion?
Don't have discussion on, are we done with that one, or has that one been voted on, the change?
So we have
Okay,
consensus
we
on
got
item,
consensus.
yes, okay.
I would like to make an amendment to number 4 at the very end of that sentence. Or let's see, prohibit all forms of taxpayer-funded incentives, property tax abatements, corporate welfare, comma, tiers, T-I-R-Z, comma, R, economic development packages. We've got one of these happening in our county right now, so tiers.
Can you, point of information, can you give out the acronym for
Sure.
TIERS?
Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone.
Thank you. Just put TIERS. All right, does that appear correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second, Janera Lewis, SD25.
Thank you. Do you wish to-
27, SD27.
Do you wish to speak in favor of your motion?
It's because she moved spots. She moved a little bit that way.
This is apparently the latest wrinkle. We've got one coming in. And basically what they want to do is set up a tax increment reinvestment zone that contains only their property. So all of the tax increase that comes from building the data center, all of that revenue would stay in their property. It's a very clever move, but we need to stop it.
All right, do we?
Patrick Rondo on SD 25, point of information, Madam Chair. 2 years ago on the platform committee, I put forth a platform, and it's in the TERS is included in the platform.
Do you need a second? Because I emphatically want to second this.
He did.
Oh, you already did, Janera?
It's 25. Janera second.
Okay, well, okay, thank you. I'm too slow.
Okay, so we've had a motion, a second. In favor, do we have anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Against? Seeing none, it looks like we have consensus on this. Oh, against?
Nope.
Okay. Seeing none, it looks like we have consensus on this item. Thank you so much.
Question on that. Question. What was the platform that you put up, Patrick?
I'll have to go look it up. I don't remember right this second, but I'll look it up real quick. And Madam Chair,
Yes.
Patrick Vadon, SD 25, make a motion to spell out TERS with the parentheses on TERS.
I think that's just a grammatical yes. That's fine. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of information. Since we know our government gangsters like to get creative, is there any way that they could create any other taxing? Are these all of the known taxing things that they can do, or do we need to put any and other creative taxing funding streams or something along that lines? Or is this all that exists? Does anyone know?
Well, I would say that corporate welfare is pretty broad. Is that everyone else's understanding?
If I could respond to that. No, it's everything that we know about today, but they have much better attorneys, consultants, managers, accountants, and all that know our Texas law better than we know it, so they'll come up with something new.
Make a new thing.
But there is a potential they could make something else new
Sure.
outside of the legislature, or they could just.
No, they just carefully craft inside the language, and they draw boxes, and because
To prohibit that, but thank you.
I think really prohibiting all forms of taxpayer-funded incentives. Well, we could.
All scams.
I'm trying to think of a way to say prohibit all forms of taxpayer-funded incentives.
Such as?
Or, well, I'm trying to think of a phrase there that would be kind of, and maybe Destin or somebody can help me here, that would cover any type of tax break. Because there are incentives. The Odessa Development Corporation gives a grant. That's an incentive. But there's also the tax break
Can you
part of
just
it.
say incentive or tax break?
Yes.
Jeff, you could strike the word property and just use tax abatements, because that's, I think, what you're trying to describe there.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have a motion on that?
Hang on just a minute. Let me.
Do you want to consider it, and I can check to see if there's any other?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other motions for this item? Regulate impacts of AI and data centers.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to reconsider the title to eliminate and AI. So it just says data centers, because if you look at Texas scorecard today, Michael Quinn Sullivan, well, do I have a second?
We need you to state your motion to begin with.
Oh.
And you can't just say change the name. We need the name.
Just change the name to regulate impact of data centers. In other words, striking the AI part out of it. Because I don't see us regulating AI, I see us regulating data centers.
I'll go ahead and second so Ralph can talk in support of
Okay,
his.
does that appear correct? Regulate the impact of data centers?
Right. If you look at the Texas Minute today, it says Abbott data centers must pay for their infrastructure. That's the leading article today. And I think that's what we're trying to do here. I don't think we're trying to regulate AI. We're trying to regulate the development of data centers and all their infrastructure costs. That's the reason for this.
All right, so we have a motion, a second, and one speaking in favor of the motion. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? All right, we are in consensus on that change. So this will, oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Oh.
Are you speaking against the motion?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so we do have consensus on this item. That will be reflected as the title of this legislative priority will become Regulate the Impact of Data Centers. Thank you.
Okay, I do have some language here. So what I'd like to propose is in number 4, we strike the word property from tax abatements. So it just becomes tax abatements. And then right after that, we put, or any type of tax reduction.
For where?
Okay, so it would read, go ahead and strike property out of tax abatements. Okay, and then right behind that, right behind tax abatements, it'd be comma, or any type of tax reduction. Or any other type, any type of tax reduction. That's where we're going.
So 1 second and we'll have you verify that.
You literally
So
just.
that would read, prohibit all forms of taxpayer-funded incentives, tax abatements, or any type of tax reduction.
Is that
corporate
correct?
welfare, tiers, or economic development packages for data centers.
Looks good.
Yes.
All right. Do I have a second?
Dan Tully, I'll second that.
I'm sorry?
Me.
Dan, thank you.
Dan Tully, SD9, I'll second
Okay.
that.
Do you wish to speak in favor of your motion?
Yeah, and as Rachel pointed out, we're trying to stop our holes, and we can do our best job in this, at least by having any type of tax reduction. That's what it all boils down to. They're wanting to reduce taxes, so.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? All right, seeing none, it looks like we have consensus on this item. Thank you.
Regulate AI.
I thought you were going to say, is there any chance? Did you listen to the?
Are there any?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, I move to strike point 2.
Completely remove it? Okay, 1 second. All right, do I have a second?
No, no.
Is there a second to the motion?
Patrick Wandel, Senate District 25, motion, second the motion.
Okay, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Sure. One of our top 3 legislative priorities is going to be ban taxpayer-funded lobbying. I wish it weren't so, but the way that it is written now reads verbatim right out of a Texas Association of Counties and Texas Municipal League handout that would fall on a lawmaker's desk. This is far too broad for our localities to have this much authority over this process, and I would be open to amendments in order to rein it back in.
Patrick Von Dolan, SD 25. Oh, you're looking for somebody to speak against, right? Sorry.
You speak against?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, we have to have someone to speak against before we can go back.
Madam Chairman.
Dan, you wish to speak against?
Dan Tully, SD9, I'll speak against this because if you listen to a lot of the testimony that's been in here, that's exactly what they've done. The county commissioners and all, they need the authority to go in and slow these things down. And that's what that language is all about. So I totally oppose taking that particular item out of there. we need to have them covered and get the legislature to start moving to give them the authority to protect their citizens that are out in the county and those resources.
Do we have
I'll speak in,
others speaking for?
speak in favor.
Who is speaking?
Rolando Garcia, SD 15.
I'm so sorry. Thank you.
First of all, I totally agree with Destin. This local control language, if passed as is, will be weaponized against us on taxpayer-funded lobbying, on all sorts of issues. This is really bad language that will be used against us. I agree with Dan that we need to give them the authority to slow it down. We want them to slow it down, to impose guardrails, to impose regulations. But this gives county governments, which are the creation of the state. Remember, the state is sovereign. Local governments are not sovereign. Local governments are the creation of the state. This cedes total power over them, not simply to slow it down, to place requirements and guardrails, to simply ban it outright if they want. This is we don't even know what counties may do with this ridiculous grant of power. If there's better language to address this, because again, I want to give them power to slow it down and regulate, but this goes too far.
Brian Fitzgerald, SD3. I want to speak
Against.
against, yes, removing this item. And the reason why I'm against removing this item is because the people at the local government, at the local level, know their constituents, know where these things are going, and it doesn't say anything in there about taxpayer-funded lobbying. This is about where they're put, where the land is developed, and comprehensive planning decisions. This is not about taxpayer-funded lobbying. This is not about anything of that nature. This is about letting the local county commissioners, city councils develop where the items are and not letting the state government, who is far removed, control this.
Do I have someone who wishes to speak for?
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment.
All right, friendly amendment.
To remove the word final. So to keep the language, remove the word final in the first line. And remove the word comprehensive in the second line. And then remove everything after the comma after decisions. Up to data, we'll just keep data centers.
Do you want to? She wants to keep data centers. Okay. Yes. Okay. And then can you read it as it would read?
Grant cities and counties authority over zoning, land developments, and planning decisions. Take out including. And insert 4 data centers.
We're going to have you read, yes, just so we make sure we're understanding what this is trying to say. Because
Local control over development. Grant cities and counties authority over zoning, land development, and planning decisions for data centers. Take out including and put in 4. Oh, there you go. That's it.
Patrick Juan Dolan, Senate District 25, second the motion.
Is this an amendment that I can either say is friendly or not?
Yes.
I'm going to say that it's not a friendly amendment and then allow the committee to, maybe you probably want to copy that language and hang on to it.
Okay, so you don't accept the friendly amendment, but
That's
put the
correct.
language on the back burner.
That's correct.
Point of information, Madam Chair. Patrick Von Dolan, SD 25. The author of this amendment is clarifying it's only data centers, not battery storage as well, or just data centers?
I'm sorry. He didn't accept her amendment. It's off the table.
I'd like to speak for the motion.
Go ahead.
So by allowing counties the authority to decide over all this, this is like two wolves and a sheep deciding what's for lunch. And just because your government is local doesn't mean that we are a democracy. Democracies are majority rule, and we're not a democratic republic. We're a constitutional republic, which the Constitution protects minorities' interest from the tyranny of the majority. By removing this, it protects individuals and property rights.
So that's 3, 4. I can take one more again.
Yeah, Richard Henson, SD2. I would like to offer a compromise if that's appropriate.
Friendly amendment?
A friendly amendment. In lieu of scratching it all together, this would mirror some language they were using on the MUD reform. And I have manipulated that language. It is currently in our subcommittee bullet points tab. It would be column E, row 3, column E. If it's still there, it just disappeared on me. Oh, where'd it go?
Which tab, Richard?
In the governance and accountability tab. I just lost it. Where'd it go?
What was the column and row number, please?
The row number is 67E.
67E. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
And that would mirror the MUD language that we used somewhat. I think it may work for what you're trying to do.
All right, give us a moment to get it pasted over, and then you can verify if it's correct.
And I included battery storage.
Is that the correct language?
That's it. Oh, wait, let me look back in yours. Implement comprehensive reforms to hyperscale data centers and battery storage to increase transparency and accountability and allow county government to have a substantive role in regulating the impact of hyperscale data centers on county infrastructure and in actions affecting county citizens.
Richard, if you drop the word substantive, I will accept as a friendly amendment.
Yes, sir.
Give us 1
I
second.
agree with that.
Modify.
Started.
Right, so the language before you now
About to.
would be to replace the existing language in 2 with implement comprehensive reforms to hyperscale data centers and battery storage to increase transparency and accountability and allow county government to have a role in regulating the impact of hyperscale data centers on county infrastructure and actions affecting county citizens.
Point of information, Madam Chair. Patrick Von Dolan, SD 25.
Yes.
The author has hyperscale data centers in the beginning, the first part of the sentence, and battery storage, but does he intend not to include and battery storage in the second part of the sentence after the second hyperscale data centers?
If you offer that as a friendly amendment, I would be amended.
So moved.
Okay.
One other small friendly amendment. Could we
1 second, let us finish this one and then we'll come to you.
And any
Yes, that's what I said.
Madam Chair, direct your ire the other
Friendly
direction.
amendment, and then we will, yes. I'm sorry. Gosh, I'm so sorry. Do you agree with the,
I think Richard's amendment is very friendly. Oh, but wouldn't Richard accept that, or is that me? Sure, if Richard does, I'm in.
Madam Chair, may I offer another friendly amendment?
no, not at this
Thank you.
Point of order, Chairman.
is speaking?
Me, Dan Tully, SD9.
Thank you, Dan.
Point of order, we now no longer have a deletion of number 2. We have a replacement. We have a deletion and wholesale replacement, which is would be the proper language for that. Even we perfected it now, that language or whatever we do in the future, but it's not, the original motion was just to delete number 2. This is now a replacement for number 2.
Yes, it has been.
Delete and replace.
It has been offered a friendly amendment to
Right.
the original motion to delete, and then we,
But the record needs to reflect it's a replacement of, it's a delete and replace.
does the record reflect that?
It needs to.
Thank you. Okay, so the
Richard Henson, SD2, does it need a header?
does the author have a header?
I think Richard ought to name it.
Okay,
It's your
I can
baby.
do that. I can do that. About data center reform. Data center impact reform.
Hold on.
Hey, Richard, what about a local role?
What?
Because you have all these things about the data centers, and this is about letting local authorities have a role in that process. Something to that effect. Loretta is a wordsmith. I like her stuff too.
About local control.
Point of information.
Local management.
One moment. Who's,
Okay, point of information. We're talking about data centers, battery energy storage, which I'm all in favor of. We're talking about ending corporate welfare, which I'm all in favor of. Would we not add in any other large-scale industrial project or something like that? So this isn't just about the data centers, which we've expanded, which is good, but why would we not include any other
Rachel?
large scale? Yes?
We're just looking for a name for point 2 right now, not the whole deal, just point 2.
Okay, well, I was trying to offer an amendment to point 2, of another friendly amendment. That's fine. Thank you.
we're not there just yet. 1 second.
They're still talking about that over there.
About the
We're just throwing.
title of the bullet.
Madam Chair, totally different point of information. This is Elaine Cook at SD23. Whoever told us that our documents were live was mistaken. It still shows 2 years ago. Thank you. After I sent it to everybody on my committee.
Did you go to the about?
Went to the about and it only shows last year. And I thought it was my computer, so I had Levi check it. And that's what it says on his too.
So they uploaded the incorrect document? Is that what you're telling me?
Madam Chair, Levi Fuller, SD14. What we went to, and it may be user error, but what we went to looks like it just hasn't been updated. It's the priorities from last convention, because there's 8, and then it's got, stop sexualizing Texas kids, and then no Democrat chairs.
You're on the convention page and about?
Madam Chair, Levi Fuller, SD14. I think maybe if somebody just wants to, maybe we're looking it up wrong. If somebody just wants to point that out to us or tell us where it is, that's probably a fix too.
It's under convention, and I'm getting there right now, and it is our report. You have to go to the convention website, go to the about. About Texas GOP convention. And you will find the document there. Under click for temporary legislative priorities report. Do we have a title for this? Local oversight. Local oversight. Just overdevelopment. Okay. Okay. Right now, we are at a motion to remove the current language in number 2 and replace it with local oversight over development, implement comprehensive reforms to hyperscale data centers and battery storage to increase transparency and accountability and allow county government to have a role in regulating the impact of hyperscale data centers and battery storage on county infrastructure and in actions affecting county citizens. Is there further discussion on this item?
This is very fair, and I'm proud of the work on the committee on this just now. Show the author voting aye.
Eric, did you have something? Oversight of development. Can you make a motion?
I move to change the title from oversight over to oversight of development.
Friendly amendment. I'm so sorry. Just for the record, friendly
Okay,
amendment.
friendly amendment. Eric from SD20.
Yes. Okay, does that appear correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Paula.
Paula McGee, SD 26, another friendly amendment. To change hyperscale data centers to just lowercase d data centers because that's consistent with the rest of the entire priority. We don't refer to hyperscale data centers anywhere else, just in this language.
Second motion, Patrick Rondo on SD 25.
I'd have to accept the.
It's a friendly amendment.
Everybody accepts the friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Destin, one more friendly amendment. Could we put in after battery storage, just put in parentheses, BESS
Yes.
in parentheses?
You are the king of acronyms, Jeff, and I accept your amendment.
Thank you.
After, where's the location for that, Jeff?
Battery storage in both places.
In both places. Thank you. What we're specifically. All right, is that correct?
We don't need a capital C on centers.
Yes, that is perfect. Thank you.
Anyone else have a typo for us?
Yeah, this C and center.
Oh, it went
you.
back. It went back.
All right.
Still says.
Do we have consensus on this item?
Not yet.
Still says hyperscale.
Madam Chairman.
Did you made, that was your friendly amendment that was accepted?
Correct. And it was all accepted.
Okay, what was the change, Paula? Because,
It says hyperscale data centers twice.
and what would you like it to say?
Data centers.
Just delete hyperscale.
Okay. In two places.
Does that appear correct?
Yeah.
Friendly amendment indeed.
Thank you.
Point of information, Madam Chair. Patrick Rondo on SD 25.
Just
I might have just missed it. What does BESS stand for? BESS?
Battery electric storage system, or battery energy storage system.
Would it be good to spell it out?
We certainly can.
Later.
Rachel?
Point of information, a friendly amendment, could we add solar farms to this, or solar farms? Because those are also building without needing any kind of approval.
If you would like to make a friendly amendment, the author could accept or reject.
Yes, that is a friendly amendment.
To
add solar farms to this.
Okay. Does the author of the motion accept the friendly amendment to add solar farms to this language?
I don't know what our current, Richard Henson, SD2, I'm unfamiliar with what our current solar farm regulations are. I'm not privy to opine.
There are none. That's the problem.
So you do not accept the friendly amendment?
Do we have other legislative parties dealing with solar farms at all in here?
I am not recalling any off the top of my head.
And I accept the friendly amendment.
Okay. Where did you want to add that language, Rachel?
That is up to y'all's discretion.
After battery. Okay. Data centers, solar farms, and battery storage. Farm.
Level.
Okay, does that appear correct, Rachel?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Richard, you are,
You know, we're thinking through this, and if you get too much in here, it muddies the water where it's going to die on the floor out there. I would really, for this not to pass this vote. I'm speaking against it.
Against the BESS, the solar, or both?
The solar, and second thought, I'd like to decline the friendly amendment to add solar.
okay, so while they're kind of working on that, there's something that we need to discuss right now.
Okay.
We have to submit this report at 9 o'clock. So we still have to vote again because you guys have to rank these. And then we have to produce this report. We have to produce this report. So we need a cutoff time where we are going to say, we cannot alter this document any further. That is it. And you guys vote and we produce the document.
How much time do you need? Okay, I would like to offer a suggestion. Once we finish this item, I would suggest that we work on the titles so that y'all can create the voting document for us.
Okay.
And then y'all can work on the report.
You guys can vote and
You can vote, and then you can work on the report.
while we work on the report. Does that seem reasonable?
So I would pick a time that we're going to stop. But the next thing we need to do is get the titles correct.
Point of information.
Who's speaking?
Cindy, I'm sorry, Cindy Castilla. We do need to perfect the Sharia language. We think we have it. How are we going to do that?
So is it a wholesale package?
Yes, it is, and it was somebody who voted against helped and was very good help, and we're satisfied.
Okay.
So it'll be quick.
So we can adopt the whole thing and we're not going to go line by line.
Right. I
Yep.
hope.
Point of information,
Okay.
point of information.
Yes.
Janera Lewis, SD 27, I just want to point out that in federal overreach, we have something that is egregiously incorrect. So I just FYI.
Put a pin in it. Let's finish off.
Madam Chairman, Dan Tully, SD9, I make a motion that we cease all operations and turn it over to you at 8:30 PM tonight.
8:30?
No.
No, that's not enough time for us. 8 o'clock. I'm so sorry. 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock will work also to turn it all over to you and the staff to make the final report to send on.
Okay.
All of our work shall be done by that point in time. No motions, no nothing after that.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? I'm sorry. Let us finish this item and then Dan, you can make your motion.
I decline the friendly amendment after thinking about it to not add solar farms.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Let us get it back to that.
I also just want to make a note, just for housekeeping, but cleaning it up, I was advised to actually spell out the battery energy storage system and then put the parentheses afterwards. I just want to make sure it doesn't change any of the content you guys are trying to do.
Yes. Okay. Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion, an official motion to add solar.
We have a motion on the floor currently.
I thought he, okay, I'm sorry. I thought he.
All right. The motion before you is to strike the information in bullet point number 2 and replace with the language in blue. Is there any further discussion on this item, or are we in consensus here so that we may move on? Your consensus.
So is this where I make the motion? I want to still amend this.
Hold on.
We're not in consensus. We're going to need a vote.
Let's vote.
Point of information, I think
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
confused about where we are. Are we just saying
We have a motion on the floor
to,
to approve the language in blue.
okay, and then we can amend it?
No.
No,
Would be
okay.
approving it. If you are trying to make an amendment, you need to do it right now.
Okay. Rachel?
Okay, so the motion would still be to add solar, and the reason is they're building the buses by the solar farms. I have 4 buses in my, or 6 buses in queue and 3 solar farms in queue. And so, I mean, if we're going to protect against one, they still have a noise pollution, they still pollute the ground, all the things that all of this other stuff does. If there's a fire.
It's not in order because we've already for the amendment and it's been rejected, so it's not in order.
Point of information, was that a friendly amendment that he rejected, the author rejected?
Correct.
That wasn't a vote.
No, it was not a vote. He rejected the friendly amendment.
Right, but we can still amend as a vote of the council, of the committee.
Need a vote on.
I understand.
So in order to proceed, we need to approve this, and then you would need to make an amendment to the approved.
Okay, that's where I was confused as where we were. I got you, thank you. Gotcha.
Right. So do we have consensus on this item? Okay. We need a hand vote here?
No.
No.
No, we have consensus on this item. Thank you. Okay, let us
Motion,
get
Chair.
it, let us get it correct in the document. Dan,
Dan Tully, ST9, I make a motion that we cease all operations, turn it over to the staff to prepare to issue the final report. All of our voting has to be done by 8 p.m. to allow the staff to have time to be able to produce the final report. Our hard cutoff is 8 o'clock, no more votes, no more changes. Whatever has to be done dies.
8 o'clock is about.
That's what 8 o'clock is about. That's what I'm saying. Our work ends at 8 o'clock. The staff and our chair finishes out the report to give it to the convention.
I would second that. Jeff Russell, SD31.
Okay, let me make one clarification to that. So if we could have all of the work, which is I think is what you're implying, on this document done, then you can still vote for the ranking, because I will need a minute to get that set up. So I don't want to include that in your time right now. Does that make sense to everyone?
I'll accept that. That's
you.
not a problem.
we can work the document until 8, then we can vote.
Madam Chairman?
Do I have a second? Jeff Russell seconds. Do we have discussion on this, or do we have consensus?
Just made it.
Okay, we have consensus. Thank you. Now we can move to Rachel's.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to please add solar to number 2.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second, Steve Bro, SD11.
Okay, do you wish to speak to your motion briefly?
I think I've already have, just take a vote.
Does anyone wish to speak against?
Brian Fitzgerald, SD3. Rachel, I understand your pain because I'm under the same pain in Nacogdoches County, but this is about regulating AI, not putting in AI uses the best system also, and this is about regulate AI and all that, and data centers, but not solar. That needs to be a separate item.
Okay, do we have anyone else who wishes to speak for
Janera Lewis, SD 27, I do believe that AI and data centers are directly associated with this, that they do impact windmills. It's going to hit, AI and data centers are going to also affect our electric grid. So it's all together. I hear what you're saying, but it's all married. Thank you.
Do I have anyone else who wishes to speak against? All right, then we're going to take a vote. If you are in favor of adding solar farms to number 2, please raise your hand. Keep it up. We have 12 ayes, so we're going to take the nays. Raise your hand if you vote against the motion. Against the motion.
Yes, I'm trying to.
I kept mine up.
If it doesn't.
Did someone abstain? Paul, you abstained? Okay.
I'm
So
indifferent.
the vote is 12 ayes, 12 nays, 1 abstention.
Come on, Paul.
Over here.
Can I change my vote? Change my vote?
Hey, we'll
You
get
may vote.
Point of order, motion fails with that count.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Different.
Moving on.
Okay, Madam Chair, I would like to make an amendment, a very critical one, to number 1, based on testimony that we heard from Hood County, who have 10 data centers coming into their area. They say that we need to have in here about TCEQ must consider cumulative impact before issuing permits. They cannot use computer models. They must use actual data. It's actually the gas power plants that are the problem. They're using more water than the data centers. So if we don't regulate, the data centers are going to say, oh, okay, well, we're
you
not
have a
using the
motion?
water. Yes, the motion is to add TCEQ must consider cumulative impact before issuing permits, cannot use computer models, must use actual data.
Okay, this is to add a bullet point.
No, to add on to number 1, to fix number 1, to
Do
make
you have
it,
the language for us to copy and paste?
I'll email, text it in
Thank
right
you,
now.
thank you. Okay, do we have a second?
Fitzgerald, SD3, I second that motion.
Okay. As soon as you can speak to your motion, go ahead.
Basically, I just did, the gas power plants are the problem. They're actually the ones using more water, and so but they're not being regulated.
Okay, do we have anyone who wishes to speak against?
Dave Bennett, Senate District 13 against.
She hasn't gotten to speak.
Yeah.
You're good with your speaking for Rachel? Okay, yes, she is. Okay. Which number did you want to add it to? Go ahead, Dave.
Our issue on Secure the Grid is not having enough gas-powered solar, gas-powered generators right now. We've got issues with getting generators in right now, and I don't want to add any other regulation to, maybe in the future, yes, but right now, no.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak for motion? Did you email it, Rachel?
I put it in the subcommittee, the working one under infrastructure technology, E, column E.
E, row. Oh, we got it. Thank
Row
you.
3.
Is there someone else who wishes to speak for the motion? No. Okay, then we're going to vote. Okay, we're going to consider this motion to add the language TCEQ must consider cumulative impact before issuing permits and must use computer models.
Must not, I'm sorry, use computer models, but actual data, sorry.
Hold on. No, must use actual.
Or may only use actual data, however you say it.
And must use actual data. Is that correct, Rachel?
Yes, that works.
Thank you. All right, has everyone read the language? Are we ready to vote? Yes, okay. If you're in favor of this motion, raise your hand. Raise your hand high. Seventeen ayes have it. Motion passes.
Madam Chair. Ralph White, SD7. There's one other slight change.
Okay, 1 second. Paul is ahead of you, and then I'm going to come back to you.
Paul Yambrick, SD 18. I'd like to add a bullet point. Title would be Industrial Noise Control.
Do you have the language for us to copy and paste?
Yeah, well, I have sure. Well, let me read it real quick. Industrial noise control will be the title. Legislature to pass a statewide industrial maximum noise level at property boundary. You heard, I'm sorry. That's my motion.
Madam Chair, parliamentary inquiry. May we consider Ralph's easy to consider motion while you prepare the language of Paul's?
Okay, yes.
Just one simple change in the introductory sentence, since we changed the name, so take out the AI and, so it would read, to responsibly regulate large-scale data centers, so the AI and would be removed.
So remove AI and.
Correct.
Got it. Does everybody understand what Ralph just said? Okay. Do we have any discussion on that item? Just don't worry about it.
Madam Chair.
A second. 2 seconds.
I will second if you include removing surveillance, which is no longer in there as well. I think Ralph meant to include that.
Okay, so we would strike the language AI and as well as surveillance. Is that correct? Surveillance overreach or just surveillance?
I don't have it in front of me. I think that's fine, yeah.
Just striking surveillance? Okay. All right, so it would read, to responsibly regulate large-scale data centers, protect local communities and taxpayers, and safeguard constitutional rights against overreach, we propose these core reforms. Is there
Destin
any more,
Sensky, Senate District 10, second the motion.
any more discussion on this item? Okay, we have consensus. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
We're going to go back to Paul's item because he just needed to get. Okay, so Paul has his item. Did we have a second on Paul's item, or do we still need a second?
Second. Janera Lewis, SD 27.
All right. You want to speak for your motion, Paul?
We heard a lot of testimony about noise coming out of these places. A friend of mine lives beside one of these data centers, and the noise is, there's no noise ordinance in rural areas. It destroys the rural areas. The only noise ordinance there is on the books is for 85 dB, which is a nuisance law, and none of them, a sheriff can only just write them up. There's no teeth in it. Noise is a pollution. It is not regulated. TCEQ, you would think emissions is not done anywhere. So TCEQ would be probably the place this would be because it is a pollution. It is mentally and physically impairing. We've heard much testimony. I'll stop and like to hear somebody say this is not.
Okay, second.
Okay, we have a second.
Call the question.
We have a motion to call the question. Do I have a second on the motion?
I have a second, Janera Lewis, SD 27.
Second, call the
Oh,
question.
no, on call the question.
What consent?
Withdraw. Consensus.
What?
Just too many. Yeah, we're good.
Madam Chairman?
Please stop. Everyone stop. Paula, go ahead.
Paula McGee, SD 26. Legislator? I don't think the first word is right. Is it legislate?
I would welcome any kind of wordsmithing. Thank you. The gist of it.
Is it to enact legislation for a state? Is it?
I think you're wanting to.
Is it legislature has a? I don't know what you're looking for there.
How about legislate a statewide maximum?
A statewide maximum, that work. Friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's get it typed up and then we'll let Paul approve it. Okay, does that appear correct, Paul?
Thank you.
Are you agreeable?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good catch. Okay.
Is she back?
You have spoken. Is there anyone who wants to speak against, or we have consensus? Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. Any other?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Debbie Duke, SD 22. So just quickly, simply, and we can edit it, label it restoration, require data centers to provide the county with a bond for restoration of land when data center is no longer operating.
Okay, do you have that language to copy and paste?
Madam Chair, point of order.
Who's speaking?
Steve Bro, SD11.
Sorry, thank you.
Rather than to wait for that to get done, can we finish this? Because there are several other categories that need to be touched up. And we're getting bogged down with this significantly. And although it's important, it's not overwhelmingly important.
Do you have a motion or?
I have a motion that we start at the beginning and touch each one of the categories to make sure that they are okay. And then we will be able to spend the time on the ones that need to get changed.
I'm sorry, Cindy Castilla, SD 12. We have not looked at the cleaned up language on Don't Sharia Our Texas. It is the people's highest ranking thing. We have to go to that. It should be quick, but we need you to look at it.
1 second, we have to wait to see if we have a second on Steve's motion. Okay, Dave seconds Steve's motion to finish this.
Hold on. Can I make a friendly, is it too late to make a friendly amendment to his motion? He said he's amenable.
Who is amenable?
Steve's amenable.
Oh, to this motion.
Why wouldn't we just take a vote on if anybody has anything any section that they want to make an amendment to, and then start with those real quick, and then we can touch on the other ones? Because we've already voted on the other ones and deemed that they were okay. So let's just first touch the ones that we know we want to make some amendments to, possibly.
Could we get a list of the ones we know we want to make some amendments to?
Because I've already got some in the
dealing with here.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the language for Paul's or Debbie's addition which would be bullet point number 6, is restoration, require data centers to provide a bond to the county for the restoration of land when data center, is no longer operating. We need a second.
Second.
A second by Paula. Okay, do you wish to? Yeah, okay. Do you wish to speak in favor of your motion?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory, and I've had like Hood County tell us that they need money up front because they're going to leave a big mess behind.
Sure.
So I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Anybody wish to speak against the motion? All right, looks like we have consensus, so this will be our 6th and hopefully final bullet point on this tab, regulate the impact of data centers. Do we have any more business on this tab, regulate the impact of data centers? Seeing none, and we are going to get a tally of items that we know that we need to go back to and touch on, and we know one of them is Sharia, so let's hop over there now.
Cindy.
Hey, Cindy, I pulled just from the email that you just gave me. Can you just quickly verify that that is the right wording?
I'm not seeing number 5 and 6.
Scroll down, it's there. It's expand.
Okay, I'm not seeing it. Yeah, let me. I don't have my mouse.
Sorry, can you look on somebody else's computer?
That is,
I just need to know if that's the right version we're working with.
it was the one I just sent. Yes, it is. It's not, it didn't flow in well.
Thank you, okay.
Thank you. Okay, yes. We want to okay. Can I make a motion that we deal with this new language? I have worked with somebody who voted against it, a lawyer. We've had a lot of people look at it, and we think it does the trick. Platform put in something that kind of handles this in general. And they passed that tonight. I don't have the language.
Okay, quickly skim over and let me know if you guys have amendments that you need.
In federal overreach. One egregious and one that just improved.
Yeah, let's start with the title. It says, "Don't Sharia our Texas change title."
The change title was a note supposed to be in parenthesis. Right now, we've been calling it something else. This is what, it was stop Islamification, and that's not a good idea. It's better to say Sharia.
Yes, yes.
So as part of your motion to adopt all of this language, it would change the title to the legislative priority from Stop Islamification of Texas to Don't Sharia Our Texas.
And I thought our brings us all together. Rather than my, me, you know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Was that yesterday?
All right, do we have a motion to adopt the language located in column B, row 11 for?
Rachel Hill, SD1, I make a motion to.
Leave out for SD14, I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Does anyone wish to speak on the motion? Or we're all in consensus about adopting this language? Okay, great. Language is adopted. I just need to know very quickly if you have any changes or amendments before we move on from this tab. If it's, like a typo or something, we can
Cindy?
run through that real quick, but.
Oh, there you go.
Do you have something? Yeah. Go ahead.
Information, Madam Chair. I do have a typo to fix on Protect Texas Kids when we're there.
No, we're on this one right now. We'll get there.
Yeah. Yeah, you already got it.
Okay. Do we have consensus on this item? Wonderful. So we are adopting this language here contained in the box that has blue around it. Thank you all so very much. Okay, next we are going to go to the back to the top of our list and work our way through. Okay, so that means we're going to elections. Who had
Dave
item-
Bennett, I have an amendment on column, that's in column C. It's related to precinct level auditing.
Okay, can you state
It's in
your
column C.
amendment? Go
an
ahead and state
amendment.
it.
It's in column C.
I don't have anything else.
Oh, it's on this, maybe it's in.
Sorry, column C, what row? I'm sorry.
She probably is telling her subcommittee so she can call.
It's in,
What does it say?
it says, it's a replacement for number 3.
What does your wording say?
Paper ballot, security. I've added at the bottom, cost-effective precinct level auditing must be available.
C, row number what?
All I'm adding is on item 3, past it is cost-effective precinct level auditing must be available. It's 3. Oh, row 4.
That's the Democrats are not going to want to do it. That's the deal.
Okay, does that
They're the problem.
Let me see.
We're going to have all the red
Correct.
areas trying to, spending all this time to keep.
Dave?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay, do we need to discuss this?
Just briefly, we talked about it a lot.
No, we don't even need to discuss it. They love it. Is there anyone against this motion? Seeing none, this motion is adopted. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Items on election.
Yes, I put it in the thing 3E.
Thank you.
And this is just to add language wherever it pleases the body. I do not care, but it is to say that no political subdivision may conduct their own elections in a nutshell.
Okay, you have to tell us where you want that because it's just too much for us to try to figure that out.
I'm in city council.
Maybe down at the standardized elections and oversight, align all local, municipal, and ISDs there, and then put that they cannot conduct their own elections.
All right, we'll plug it in and you can see if that works for you. Does that appear correct?
Yes.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Levi Fuller, SD 14, I second.
All right, do we have any discussion of this item?
Gennaro Lewis, SD 27, I'm against this. I'm in a blue county. Our city does our own elections because we don't trust the county. I know the aim was for school boards, but when you say any political subdivision, you're including irrigation districts, et cetera.
Okay, can we take an amendment to carve out for ISDs? They're the worst offenders.
Friendly amendment, not any political subdivisions, but specifically school boards may not.
Okay, we will change it. School districts of the state of Texas.
Well, we're talking about Texas. It's not necessary.
Yes, school districts of the state of Texas shall be prohibited. School districts shall be. Okay, we have approval of this friendly amendment from the author. Is there any further discussion on this item? No. Okay, this item is adopted. Do we have any other items for election?
Yes. W. Duke, SD 22, I sent. The first one was just to add in line or paragraph 1, register to vote, just add to vote. To vote. And then, you want to just do that, or do you want me to go to the next one? Yeah.
One.
Okay, and then in number 2, at the very end of the sentence, I want to put precinct-only voting with the ability to consolidate precinct polling locations.
Okay.
And then under number 5, add at the
One second,
marked
one
off
second.
compliance.
Second.
Okay.
Hold on. That one's a little bit more, it's not just a grammar, so we need to, yeah, okay. And number 5?
Okay, number 5, mark off compliance. I think election code is good. And then add
Say that again.
mark off compliance, the last election code. Yeah. Yeah, just mark out compliance and then after the semicolon add, you ready? Oh, you've got it. You cut and paste. Okay, so it's enact legislation that penalizes unlawful altering of election procedures by public officials and elected.
Okay, go back
election
to
officials.
alters.
She's got it to cut and paste. You got it in your email, remember? Yeah.
Okay,
So you want me to just read it? Because she does have it.
yeah, go ahead and read it while she.
Okay. All right, so again, to enact legislation that penalizes unlawful altering of election procedures by public officials and election officials, including unauthorized waivers and advisories.
Okay.
So it's just putting teeth into the waiver topic.
And it ends in advisors. Is that correct, Debbie? Need to get to Don't Sharia, Texas, or we're done with that.
You did it. We did it. We did it, Rachel. That was.
Sorry. It's all starting to run together.
Okay,
have
a
a second?
second. Rachel Hell, SD1.
Seconds. Okay. Do we need any discussion on these items? We have consensus. Okay, thank you. Let us get that approved and then we'll move on. Do you have?
Richard Henson, SD2.
Taxes.
Okay, Richard.
Richard Henson, SD2. I have a Google Sheets copy and paste, really simple in-government overreach in your document.
Wait. We are still on Secure Texas elections. Let us make sure we're finished with the business here and then we'll move on. Anyone have anything else on elections? No, seeing none. Oh,
Paula McGee, I have a typo.
okay, Bree?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Never mind.
Okay, all right, never mind.
Fine.
Okay, then we're going to move on to
Eliminate property
property
taxes.
taxes.
I would like to offer an amendment to change the name to completely eliminate all property taxes.
And that would be to the legislative
To the name.
priority title. Okay, let us get that in there. And we've got a second. Okay, Loretta, do you want to speak to that?
I don't think I need to. I think we all understand where that's going.
Got a motion and a second. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak against this motion? No, seeing none, this motion is adopted. Let us get that plugged in. Anything else on this tab? Eliminate all property taxes completely and totally from this earth.
I have a motion. Julie Dahlberg, SD21.
Sorry?
Right here. See, I didn't say my name. Okay, so that just changed the name, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
My motion is to completely replace the content of this blank to read eliminate property taxes and replace with something other than income tax.
Sorry, I don't.
Wasting our
what your
time.
what your motion is. I don't understand what your motion is. Can you restate it?
Sure. I want to change the content of this blank in its entirety, replace it with two things. Eliminate property taxes
Go ahead.
and replace with something other than income tax. Income tax or sales tax?
Can't do income tax. Constitution prohibits income.
Then it's sales tax.
Is that correct, Julie?
Is it?
It's only good because what you said. Like a tax, and then they go on the floor and
I'm going to backtrack and just leave it at eliminate property taxes. Forget the rest.
Okay.
Period.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Who seconds? Thank you. All right. Do we need discussion here?
Are we just approving the title, or are we actually proving that's what the
No,
wording?
this would be the language. We changed the title already, and that's passed. Now we're talking about changing the language of the priority. Oh, okay. So I have a motion. Do I have a second? Thank you. Discussion. The motion is to replace the current language in B12 with the language in B14.
I speak against this
Okay.
because regardless of what.
Rachel.
Okay, Rachel Hell, SD1. I speak against this just for the simple fact of they still need to be responsible for the tax monies that they do get, however they get their funding. And so we still want zero-based budgeting. We want to rein in their spending because they're still going to be getting some form of tax dollars, and we need them to be fiscally responsible with those tax dollars.
We have anyone who wishes to speak for the motion? All right, let's vote. If you are in support of the motion to replace the language in column B, row 12, with the language in column B, row 14, raise your hand if you support the motion. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the motion fails with only 3 ayes. Thank you. Any other business on completely eliminate all property taxes? Seeing none, we will move on to
Richard Henson, HD2. I have an easy Google Sheets copy and paste into in-government overreach. You've got 3 minutes.
do you have any? No.
Madam Chairman, we have
Yes.
2 minutes.
Okay, Protect Texas Kids is next. Okay. 2 minutes.
No, mine's not going to make it.
Order.
So I've got, like we said, no silencers. That's already passed. Look like she is.
The order,
No, we're going the order of her. Whatever you wrote down.
Actually, we should.
I need to do in federal and defend the garden language. I keep it there, and it's.
Okay, go ahead and start your motion, Aileen.
Aileen Blakowski, SD30. The motion is to add language to number 2 on Protect Texas Kids, which calls for increasing civil liability for state agencies that harm children and families.
Second, while we get this on the screen, and you're going to need to approve it. And
Madam Chairman, please be cognizant of the time.
yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, someone keep watching the clock.
Yes, and it also calls for the prohibition of NDAs or any attempts to hide educator misconduct. You know what, was that already added? Yeah,
That's
okay, that was
something-
already added. It was one statement about increasing civil liability for state agencies that harm children. They're currently subject to.
Point of information. Janera Lewis, SD 27, point of information. Yes, if we have put in here
It's
something.
now 8 o'clock.
If we have put something in here that has already passed, are we going to look ridiculous, such as silencers? Thank you.
That's it.
It's 8 o'clock. We are stopped working. Voted, and at 8 o'clock.
So that's all I could do.
Does the last proposal get a vote for passage?
Just don't want to look. On the floor. I already did, we agreed to cut it off at 8. We agreed. The committee.
Do you wish to withdraw your motion because we are ended working?
Madam Chairman, Dan Tully, SD9, point of order. It died at 8 o'clock, period.
8 o'clock was our time that
We
we
had said
voted
that.
to
The only way we
end.
could do is have a motion to extend that time.
Madam Chair, may I make a motion to extend just to finish this item of business?
I'm so sorry, that is what we voted to end the work at 8. If we go back and try to make up all the time for all the times we had a typo or we didn't get it in there right, we would still be here tomorrow, y'all. We cannot do that. We voted to end at 8. We have to submit this report at 9 o'clock, and y'all still need to vote. So we are ending now, and we're moving on.
I'm just saying, keep it down in the back before I pull over and whip your ass.
Come down.
Yeah.
Recognize that.
One more thing out of you, kid.
You think about it.
The vice chair is going to prepare your ballot for your final vote to rank these. While she is doing that, we are requesting that you finish attaching the planks to the items.
Point of information.
Yes.
Madam Chair, are you able to instruct us as to which planks have not, or which priorities have not had planks added to them yet?
I cannot individually name those off. What I would advise is that you go to the, this document that we've been working, that you guys have the ability to comment.
Yeah.
And you would use the comment to add the planks, and then we will get those into the final document. Is that
So a comment
a comment?
confirms that it's been done, and we'll use that as our box to check.
Correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Point of order. A point of information. Steve Bro, SD11.
Thank you.
We only have 15 categories. We're supposed to submit 15 categories. Why do we concern ourselves with prioritizing it when the body is going to break it to 8? Why do we have to do that?
Because the body wants to see your opinion as a committee, what you believe is the strongest and most
Thank you.
important.
Why don't you assign an item to each person to attach the plank to, so that we're not all working on in the same place?
Point of information, Madam, I'm sorry, Gennaro Lewis, SD 27. So they wrote the rules saying that each priority has to have a plank number. Do those rules go into effect in 2 years? If they do we need to do that today?
They don't go into effect until 2 years.
They don't go into effect for 2 years.
So we do not technically have to, that is not the rule that we have to attach the plank. The rule currently is that to be a legislative priority, it must already have a plank in the platform. We are doing this as a courtesy to the people who want that done. And I think it's also a courtesy to the SREC as well.
Okay, we've not done it historically, but okay.
Point of information, Madam Chair. Are the other members of the committee using the temporary 2026 platform plank numbers?
That's a great point.
Because I am.
Okay, yes, you need to verify that you are using the temporary.
And they are, of course, subject to change again, but they'll be much more accurate than the 2024.
Okay, yes, you need to be using temporary 2026 rather than the old 2024.
Madam Chairman, Paul Yamrick, SD 18. I make a motion that we do not do the planks. We are not required to. That's my motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Going right SD 5.
We need Discussion?
I'll speak in favor of it. In a matter, if we're looking at time, one way to get the time done.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right. So then we have consensus not to worry about the planks.
Absolutely.
All right. So moved. Motion passes.
No.
Okay.
I want to get chewed.
Point of information, Rachel, and I'm willing to take a butt chewing for this. Since we're not doing the planks, would we be able to make a motion to open it up for like 20 more minutes? We just need 20 minutes to finish fixing these because we're going to look crazy if we go out on this. They're not ready. A couple of them. There's just a couple. Please. You can cuss me out. I don't care.
Yeah, mine's really egregious. Mine is so egregious. Literally asking to allow silencer cells, and we already did that in 2021. See what I'm saying? We're just going to look ignorant. I don't want to hear it from the floor. You know? But I understand. You don't want to open it all up. And they're probably not going to address mine anyway.
Advocating something that is harmful, I don't want to open it.
Yeah, unless it's mine, I don't want to open it up. So that's my thought. No. Yes. You know what? I just said something to Rolando that was just, you're going to open it up. I only want to do. See what I'm saying? If we opened it up, we're going to go back to hers. We literally only have.
I'd like to.
Oscar, it was your question. You didn't get an answer. Yes, you can do it. You said you'd take a chewing.
Madam Chair, did you rule or answer me on my question? That's okay.
I can't.
Okay, the question is, since we're not doing the planks, I would like to make a motion to open it up for 15 more minutes just to touch on the few items that we turned in that we wanted to have a last touch on. Please, does anybody want to second that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Jay Castro, SD 29.
Castro, second. Do you want to speak on your motion?
I just think there's a couple of things that need to be fixed, and before we get it to the voters, the delegates on the floor tomorrow, and we'll be very, very quick.
Anyone wish to speak against the motion?
Madam Chair, Dwayne Wright, SD5. Every single person at these tables, and for all due respect, has a couple of things they would like to adjust. So that's why I'm speaking against the motion.
Okay, I want to speak for.
Madam Chairman, this is Brian Fitzgerald, SD3. Point of information, that would be a motion to adjust.
Okay.
Just to clarify, we're not trying to open up every single tab. We're just opening up the very narrow list that I ran around the room to collect. And there's just a couple of more items on that list. Just to clarify, it's not all 15 tabs.
Selena
That
is
makes a
already
difference.
working on her report as we speak, so the report is in progress.
I'm waiting for my parliamentarian to advise. One moment.
Guys, this stuff can't we deliberate and edit on the floor? Is that available?
We always run out of time on the floor. You know that. I mean, I support her, but we'll just sit here and debate it till we run out of 20 minutes.
Right, right.
Some real food.
We're just going to let mine.
The day I said, the day I went on.
Okay. All right. So there is no hard and fast rule on this. So I'm going to make a decision as your chair. I thank you all for all the work and the effort that you have put in and the time you have devoted away from your families and all the things. But we cannot continue to work on this document if we're going to have it in time at 9 o'clock. I'm so sorry. I wish we had more time, but we just do not. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get mine either. It was really good.
Sorry, if I left, they took a picture.
A group picture.
Appeal the decision of the chair.
I'm kidding.
Wait a minute, did somebody get into the, it was the convention.
What? Was it?
Dangerously close. It's not like.
Plug the rest of them.
No, I'm doing my little thing here.
Present it. This 30 minutes.
So we're working to prepare your ballot right now so that you can rank these. You still have that act to complete as a committee. So just keep that in mind, maybe be thinking about it while you're waiting.
I'm not sure my body remembers vegetables. Oh, I actually brought the potatoes that were ripe on the.
I'm not sure what it was. It was a long time.
I bought them, finished.
My time to do.
No, I didn't finish these, but it's breakfast.
As I can.
See, I think if you have a potato. Right. Getting a couple of strikes.
Like, you know, when I got, was the,
That was my.
I know.
I just. Our checks and bills. Weeks. Then you see, you're wrong. I know it's bad, you know, have the oak. To have.
Oh, that's true.
You get serious. Get serious.
Judges?
That's a chemical reaction in your brain.
Committed. Other way.
What?
I'll make those.
Yeah, I made a.
I switched.
Yeah.
I, because when it was, I. These, right. Your body takes itself, says, oh. Hours I could. Right. No solids. I felt in my. Because
Living like you're alive. A lot of aches, pains, sinus. I don't get.
Scope Creek, what it was.
Much better.
Yeah, to go. Hopefully they didn't try to add. Cars drive. It is. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Was easy with
you buy it from local?
I did, well, I bought that to go walk.
That's a good
I
cause.
paid too much for it.
It's a good cause.
But yeah, it was good. Very, very tasty. Eat the whole thing.
Mayor?
Madam Chair, may I have a point of,
Meeting's over.
Turn her mic off. You have been emailed the link to your ballot. Please go ahead and begin to vote.
Now I have a question.
And you have to put a response in each one. Now, remember, you're giving the most points to your top priority. So your top priority is going to be 15 and then down to 1. Okay?
So 15 is.
No worries. No, I hear you.
Stories all day.
Oh, me too.
She's a.
It's the fun of ending.
Oh, yeah. Now, these are the old details. I'll change them once. I said, look, it's there. Oh, no.
15's the highest.
Why?
No, I don't want, I, I thought solar got in. Oh, listen, lost by 1, yeah. I'm not doing I do minorities if they try to legalize. It's the only one.
You sure you don't want the thing on
Not a number. Oh.
It's too deep.
Danielle? Madam Vice? Steve Bro, SD11. No, I only had a question to make sure that we're doing this right. Top is 15, bottom is 1.
Correct. Your most important priority is going to be 15.
I just did it wrong, so thank you.
What's yesterday?
To clear the form and it cleared my SD as well.
And I do want to say to the committee members, I know there were several requests to reformat so you guys could see the heading. I tried, and I could not either figure it out or if it's not an option. So I do apologize for having to toggle back and forth.
Good.
Oh, it won't let you undo it.
Go all the way to the bottom and hit clear.
Oh, so then I have to start all over though, but that's okay, okay, because it's just starting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I had to figure out how to do
I didn't do that. I voted, if you put a number in one, you have to move it rather than delete it.
David, what? Minority report? It was a.
Did you think? It's okay, it's okay. I just wondered.
All right, well, let me finish my vote then. Done already? Oh, from the batteries, I mean,
I got you.
The actual, yeah, like, you know, as a general lounge, like, and elect him. Yeah. I don't want to do things. That's it. Okay. Yeah, I know. I don't feel like so I have or not, you know, because I'm thinking of oh, you have an agenda. 15 is your top. That's the problem. The email. Yes.
Yes.
So is this
Challenge.
being the most?
15, yes. I got halfway through. Sorry.
Okay. Is there a lot of? That was a plank. You know, so it's not gonna do well anyway. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Ouch.
Use the form that. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
it's
it
like,
isn't good.
but we're not
It's
gonna get
not.
them to do it.
Which one?
My vote's. It's a rep, you know, they hate them. They hate them, right? Okay, I'm gonna just go do it. I know, yeah. I mean, there's some. And I sometimes I use that. So now.
Yeah.
All her stuff.
I have no emails after Jan.
I know it's the same problem. I'm slow on this.
Yeah, you have to choose a good.
You gotta do. By their.
Yeah, one for him and one for me.
Oh, no, it's not. Oh, in. No, okay, I see. Where's it? Okay. But that is infrastructure. That is. Maybe because.
Heavy.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Yep. This is you. Can I unplug you? There you go. Amen.
I brought you records.
Right. Dean is supposed to.
Ever hold your. I've heard. Nailed it. We do.
You. Okay, so tomorrow morning, there's a grassroots breakfast. A ticket.
Hey, we don't have anything else to do.
Then.
Oh,
9
we don't have anything else. Right.
9 o'clock was the minute. 8 o'clock spring. Yes.
That's what I just seen tornado.
They literally.
Oh, I know they do.
Yeah.
That's earlier.
Oh, it was AI. The Hooper's house.
He's not talking.
Exton isn't, or Hooper's aren't.
Oh, I see.
You too.
Oh, no.
Same to us.
Yeah. Here you go.
Yeah.
And you really could.
On electronically? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah.
Oops.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Just Danielle will send it. Oh my gosh.
I saw that in the pro. Still going?
This is probably this group.
You really did a great.
That is pretty cool.
Biggest egos and the smartest group.
Just louder.
Yeah.
Start. So this would be it. I gotta come to Austin. So give me.
We have a 2-hour session, general session.
Yeah.
We have
You should.
lunch.
You met Andrew yet? Lunch should be now. Well, shop.
We talk for 8 o'clock.
Just
Are you gonna be in the bar? Oh.
You either have a time.
Caucuses, like, the nominations, yes. We're not. So that was.
I Sharia might booked in from needs in my tea. Great.
They got it.
Yeah, I know.
Just. Done. 15 is most important.
I already told my team.
Thank you, yes. You were really helpful and really. Oh, yes, of course. Oh,
Okay. Thank you.
oh no, we're done. We are done, baby.
Okay, I'm down in the blue there.
I promised somebody who's in the hospital that I would take her piece. Every piece of paper I got had contact with this week. So I will. Yeah, she won't look at it. She will be really grateful that I took her there.
Madam Chair? Janera Lewis, SD 27.
Yes.
I intend to file a minority report for a couple of things. Everything's wonderful. It's just because we ran out of time.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So that was a decent.
Finish my vote.
Yeah, we gotta
Oh, it says it's been recorded.
Rules is the
Oh, I'm in
expectation
the
is that
wrong
rules will
chair. I
happen.
think he'd appreciate it.
Oh, for the record, they changed Rule 44. Before. And when they came back from lunch, went back and they took out. Then they took a break.
Literally.
We back and
That was a joke.
Already took off. People already took off. But hopefully the picture. Yeah, that's true too. I'm gonna hang. Saying that we're talking about a group.
you want to be in the
Picture. I don't want
somebody to know you were here.
Yeah, you got all your. stuff.
That was. Good. This year with
Man, what an experience. You guys are great.
Please tell me what's going on in your head. He did.
We need. You, I need to sign my mind. How do I?
I printed it this into and black and white. Oh, good. Okay.
Richard's flat. That's my picture.
You're the
best.
It's been a wonderful pleasure. I want well, because we ran out of.
That'll last like maybe, well, in my standard answer, that's what he asked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Had the largest dairy farm. Ben and Jerry. First.
You actually. Mhm. Now I'll. Mhm. All I'm gonna do is write. Mhm. Still what?
Oh, yeah.
We did minutes. I mean, we.
You know what?
Mhm.
They said there's something over there. Yeah, but I never. It's the whole group. Yeah, so I don't know.
Corner of them.
You can find somebody. I'm gonna have just.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, I need to see what they are. Cause I gotta like this. Or.
Sorry. What distracted words? Conveyance for structure. I think that would be or everywhere else. I'm gonna fix it. I put that as somebody likes to where they take it for let's go this must be they're essentially doing that for water. Taking it from one place and put it somewhere else. We have day and rather than for her work chat rather than fixing their infrastructure. So would you sign on to and this not working? Yes. Are you like that's yeah. The stage is like that. Thank you. Yes. No, I mean, you're not.
Keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
Right, right. Where's the right one? Got the property. Hey, John.
You would be. It's PhD. No, I'm not.
Yeah.
She shot you. So you want to do it? I only need 7 people. Who do you have? What you want? There isn't. Okay, it's under. Okay. Working living.
Delegates, I think.
Where is it?
Well, no, on the committee. The minority, it's only committee members.
Only committee members. Okay, hold on. Infrastructure, where is it? Oh, no, I'm in the wrong document. Am I in the wrong? I am.
Oh, thank you. I wish you would take it a bit.
No, I have to open my email.
I want you. Well, we're not even there yet.
We're almost there. We are almost there. Hold on one sec. Tell them. It doesn't work. You can only get the reason from my. Okay, so it's.
What's that?
Like my house. My wife goes.
I signed it.
Yes, but I have to.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on
On
one second.
what? I don't know yet. I don't really text people before we do research. Not signing anything without knowing what it is.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
well,
I'm gonna.
it's, let me see if I'm. Who? Oh,
But anyway, I've sent you an email.
do you think I can?
Oh, no.
Out of our calling on
That, I'm surprised that was. It's fairly. Of the Jones.
They were actually pretty good, actually. Did actually it was all. Yeah. I don't think so. They were.
Well, I'm gonna go take a look. I got.
Oh. Yeah, so like.
It's like, when was Jen gonna get to leave the booth? I lost. Oh, my secret. So, might be in my room, but I looked in there. Just, yeah, I'm pulling it up. It doesn't have details, but it has all the really. Item 8, oh, exhibit hall. Yes, seven. Yeah. Yes, yes.
And. So. Yeah. Doesn't sound like, I know what it is. Okay. That's amazing. Even though it's not.
Means your property tax should have a lot more supply.
You need.
She's over here. If you feel it. Send it.
I was thinking a second ago, in my head, I sound like a legislator. Right out of time. Yep. We didn't do the picture yet, did we? Yes. You all didn't do the picture while I was gone, did you? Your picture? I know, that's what we did last time. I agree. Just gonna make you stand in front of me. I want to also see. I'm just all of it. Not just
How much more time, y'all?
That's an argument. Well, it's funny, I know, you're not, just not dictating to them what they're gonna do. That's what you want to dictate. You would do this.
But I also. Also.
I see your point.
Well, I don't want to divide forces in the midst of it.
And over there, over the past meeting.
Yeah.
We turned to the back.
That's why. Because they. So we are. Is that we do, it says immediately eliminate. And there's. With the money.
I think that.
That is.
You said. I know.
No, it's the beginning next.
I wanna say, I don't wanna give them way, take up their, by eliminating taxes and then do all of it. I don't want them to put those at all. And
This one, my photo. I didn't have it. That. So it's in my first night. What makes it feel like for me? I had. Then I just like it. I like it, but I want to be able to do it on this phone. And, okay.
Yeah, I could not.
Relevant?
Well, no,
Anymore?
not that, but I want to talk to you about something else.
okay.
So,
Yeah.
getting on your calendar. When we get back to it. I really want to work on a strategy to get out the vote in the meeting and try to reach out to a lot of different, try to get implemented them. Ones. In 25, my goal is to gather maybe early. Bridge the fall. You gotta get. Oh. For our pastors. Leaders to say nothing.
I think it's 78 million. Above what's vision.
It's really is sick. So, okay, yep. Okay. Do you want a caution on the fire, any on the next part or a nature?
Have no idea.
Deli crunchy.
You know, reach.
Rachel had brought them. Okay. Okay.
Dave.
Michael Anderson will bring it back. If
That's what you should all be doing. Part of being. But anyway, talk to you about that. I tell you, and engaged.
like that.
Oh, that's a new one that I just learned about. So I wanted to talk to you about that. So can I text you and we'll pick a time? I know you're super busy and everything, but anyway, I won't take too much of your time, but I want to brain about that. Yeah, like we all did. Okay, sorry to interrupt y'all. Y'all, I didn't get to.
Okay, so you're 5. Thank you. It's safe. He's gonna tell. He's gonna. That guy running. Don't need to email. Yeah, they emailed this to them and they print up. Yeah. No. Tell them that there's going to be 2 versions. I'm gonna tell them that there's 2 versions.
Yeah, you know, I she's always so. And what? You know, it was here.
No, it's,
Yeah, that, you know what?
it's just the changes. I did one last year.
So, yeah, that might be it because. Two of them.
When I filed a minority report from platforms last year, that's all I gave them. Didn't give them the 250.
One of them is maybe.
Yes.
We're trying to get it. Then say we need to drive. Should have butter. You know, and they, no, you know, they still believe.
Change the existing.
Yes, yeah, yeah. So we're going.
It's flat pot.
Conservative stuff.
No,
He just took my.
it's printing 5 copies. Yeah,
I need it.
There's all these funny.
I'm gonna do. Question. One of the questions was, do all 5 copies have to have original?
No, he's doing 5, so they have. I need one for.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would like.
Okay. Bit more than 1 copy.
And I also need.
Emails. Emails, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Chris by 17.
If I could have the attention of the committee members in the room. Our report, our permanent report, and our ranked voting has been submitted to the secretary at 8:59. Thank you all so much for all of your hard work and your patience and everything. We're going to take a picture before we all leave, so everybody get together. Don't leave. Come up here so we can take a picture.
Madam Chair, Patrick Von Dorn, SD 25. Can we get an image of that, of the last 15, how it ranked? Y'all send an email to us? And thank you very much for your work. Good work.
Have a half an hour from the team.
We don't want people to patiently waiting. Patiently waiting.
Hey, I'm trusted with it. This is something that would have actually.
It is exactly what you want. Exactly what I wanted.
I already signed it.
I already signed it. Okay, one more, other one. 2, 8. Do you guys want it? It's Mayor and Manager.
You only need one.
I wish I would have added mine to it. It's, but it's kind of. This is where you go, because it gives up some federal authority. Put your SD.
You're standing in front of the projector. We have people trying to take photos of our priorities.
Too much.
And so they're not fixing any infrastructure. All of them do is just to get towels like the they have personal authority and there's got big yet they want to take care of it. And so it's Robin. Are we?
No, I'm not down with.
Robin Hood for water. Robin Hood. 7, 8. You willing to sign on?
Should be on together. We gotta take it. We gotta take it.
Okay.
1 point.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Especially dealing with people like me. I didn't officially meet you. I'm Patrick. Meet you, Patrick Von Dorn.
Levi for.
I am Patrick Von Dorn. Michael Anderson. Just more Okay, great. Really appreciate you. Yeah. One thing we need to work. I need. The there's something I want to. I need to get. So at least
Rachel.
where.
Rachel, he says I need the numbers. Says I need the.
Dies, benefits in Texas, like property taxes stuff, those are all coming things. And we need to is and it's the spouse, the surviving spouse will increase again, you lose them all. And change that I'm not all for all those benefits.
Okay.
But if they're there, they should continue.
let's-
It shouldn't be discouraging. We shouldn't be encouraging cohabitation.
You may scan the bottom
We
just for the
encourage marriage,
signatures.
And that doesn't.
Do you still have the document open? Do you still have the signer?
I didn't get that, unfortunately, I didn't get it done.
And I think we Do you still have all the signers here? Sign. Oh, they haven't adjourned yet. Yeah, edit. Do you have a mouse? Oh.
Of course, you live where?
Instigated.
1825. Lauren? Yes, sir.
What's this? And most of Justice and Bowles. I'm cutting out the words replaced with.